Sail on by, your time has come to shine. All your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. Oh, and if you need a friend, I'm sailing right behind, like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind, like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind.
Open or is it closed as we speak?
No, it's not. It's not closed, Judge. Before the blockade, which started.
The blockade?
Was it Tuesday?
What's a blockade?
Wednesday, right?
Yes.
What is a blockade?
Okay. There were ships from 5 nations that were going back and forth with no.
Of course, he can speak 5
China,
languages. I can
India,
speak 1.
Iraq, Pakistan, and
Russia?
Yes, 5. Exactly, 5. The other ones they had to negotiate, and that includes lots of Asians. And like for instance, 2 or 3 weeks ago, the Filipinos and the Thais, they had access to they paid their loan, no problem. So this will probably continue. So for most nations in Asia, they were coming to grips and finding solutions and negotiating, of course. But
What is the United States Navy doing? What is it accomplishing?
well, first of all, it's a cowardly setup, Judge, because they are not in the Persian Gulf.
Well, why would they
are
be?
in
They're
the
going to get
eastern
shot.
fringe.
Everybody. What's cowardly? That seems smart. That seems smart. To stay out of the Gulf. But everybody, I think you might be hearing me. Yeah, I think so. All right, 5:30. Sail on, silver bird. Sail up on by. Your time will come to shine. All right, so Railtown's over 30 cents. It couldn't stay under 30 cents for me to even have a chance to buy any. But I told you that's what would happen. Not that I can. But I told you that would happen. Finger, I don't know. Nixie's down 11 cents at 79 cents. Next strip is almost 3 cents. That MTEN, which was going to, had all the billionaires behind it, it's at 116. Let me see what Finger's doing. Finger's up 10 cents at $1.02. The ask is $1.02. The bid is 99 cents. The volume's pretty high, 326,000 shares. I don't personally think it means anything, but you never know. Then going back to Railtown. Volume on Railtown is 66,960 shares. 2982 by 3099. Are you out of your mind? 300 shares went off at 3052. And I didn't make a new chart. I'm not sure that 30 breaks new ground. I think that's still in the resistance or just below the resistance. But we can look as we go. So my point being, it still could have a down day or two and sideways motion, but all bets are off if finally the quiet ends, whatever you want to call it. Your Railtown position is now 19,234,297 shares. That is incredible. We're not far off from 20 million shares, which would be, and it is, we're very close. It's about 20% of the so-called float. But I bet it's the realistic float, real shares. I bet it's somewhere between 50% and as high as 150% of the real float. I don't think there's a lot of stock in the real float in Railtown. So that's important to factor into your thinking. The stock remains at 30.52. I'm not going to talk too much about the war and everything because I think blessedly it's over. We lost massively. The United States lost massively. I think John Mersheimer has it 100% correct, and he's a lot smarter than I am, a lot more well-versed on it. But he thinks Netanyahu tricked Trump into this. I think Trump, it's possible that the 2 or 3 attempts on his existence were led by our ally, our so-called ally. And Charlie Kirk turning on our ally a little bit and then seeing what happened to him, I wouldn't put it past it that Trump's looking out for his family. I don't know. That's la la land, I know. Trump also, there's videos of old interviews popping up, but I'm not sure it's not AI, partly AI. This was such a stupid thing to do that you've got to ask, as my father, who was a diplomat, suggested to me, 50 years ago, 45 years ago, and he said it other times, but he said, if you're ever confused about our policy, U.S. policy in the Middle East, and for that matter in the rest of the world, just ask yourself, what does Israel want? How does it benefit Israel? And you'll have the right answer. And our government, our military, our banking system, our lobbying, I think our regulatory arm of the financial system, it's all set up to help Israel. The United States exists for 5 million people who don't like where they live. Well, they don't like how it's set up. They want everything. They want Gaza. They want the oil and gas reserves. They want Syria. They want the oil reserves. They want Lebanon. They want Jordan's acquiescent now, but they'll come take Jordan. They want Egypt. They want everything from the Nile, I guess, to Baghdad and down south into Saudi Arabia. And then they might be happy. You know, we used to have a word for that when the country doing it was Germany. But now we're on the side of the country doing it. And anyway, we went in, no gain for the United States. The losses, we don't have bases and we won't have bases again in the Middle East. The oil of the world will now be priced in multicolored currencies, not just the greenback. And there goes your seigniorage. There goes your government's ability to just issue greenbacks, to issue dollars and buy. It changes your lifestyle. But remember, you stood up for Israel. But what did Israel get out of this? They're bombed to smithereens. This is a hatred that I don't see where it has any good use on either side. Israel's going to cease to be an effective country. I don't see anyone winning except Iran. Iran is going to be a massively powerful nation in the Middle East, and it's tied to the Belt Road Initiative for China. So as the world's economy moves to the east, Russia, China, I don't know how long it's going to take Germany just to change the width of their railroad tracks and start producing goods for Asia, befriend Russia and leave the United States behind. But that's hatred again. But in a 1 month period, your lives changed. We lost that war. And Trump's trying to come up with a way to present it differently. But China's told Trump, don't F with us. So the straits are open. The Iranians don't trust the two men that Trump has negotiating on behalf of you are, in my opinion, Mossadations. They're Israeli plants. Kushner and Whitlock or Witkoff. They're just there to stick up for Israel, Zionism, and that blonde chick that married Adelson. Miriam Adelson. So in a flash, our situation changes. But the blessed thing is it looks like Trump is I don't know, things get out of control, but it looks like Trump's willing to say we won and pull back. And we're still a huge country. We still have a huge power, but it's going to be different from now on. And that means practically what that means, it'll take a little while, but there's going to be a new world financial system, as we've discussed before. And the things that will translate into that new system that keep you in your economic strata is probably your own skills, you know, doing what you know how to do. If giving, I don't know, physical therapy advice is worth X amount today as a percentage of people's budget, it's probably going to be worth that amount in the future, although there'll be a debate if we get into a depression. or there's other examples. I mean, plumbing, roofing, installing, any kind of physical labor that's not replaced by robots, like probably sex workers will be. OnlyFans probably will be. Which is all warping when you think about it. It's very warping, very here and now. So I think what we have to do over time is we're going to have to move our assets into things that give income. Of course, I don't have my little cheat sheet. But there's three royalty stream oil and gas companies, been around forever. As an example, collectively, they give around 8 to 9% yield right now. There's the three that have been the gentleman I respect the most in the oil and gas industry has his own portfolio in, but there's others. But right now, a gallon of gasoline is over $4. It's probably gone to 40. That's partly going to be the scarcity of oil, and the rest of it's going to be the collapse of the dollar, unless they come up with a North American dollar and an international dollar tied perhaps to the SDR. We might have two currencies. It's possible. But the age of the supremacy, the unquestioned supremacy of the United States dollar and the United States banking system is over with this one act. It was coming anyway. It was going to come anyway. But are we in trouble now? Will the markets crash now? It's possible. If oil were to go to $200, $250 a barrel and stay there, yeah, I think it's all over. But it looks like Trump is wise enough to realize, he's done everything Miriam asked him to do. He's done everything that lying, murderous, dishonest, if that's not repetitive, scum Netanyahu has asked him to do. So what else can he do? Just tell Israel they can take over Washington, D.C., annex it to Tel Aviv? That's the only last thing he could do. But the consequences are, we're still in the kind of, we don't want to accept what's just happened phase, but the consequences are going to roll out over the next years. And in that context, you're going to want to own oil, natural gas, plenty of things you guys know about, I don't, like apple orchards or corn farms, things like that. I would imagine any industry that gets rid of the destruction of our topsoil and preserves our ability to be our own food basket is going to be important. Gold, silver, platinum, all of that is going to be massively important. But so are the other mining products. We've got to rebuild all our bridges. We've ignored that while we went on a bombing mission around the Middle East on behalf of Richard Pearl and Robert Kagan and Victoria Nuland and the whole New America Century group, essentially Israel. For 25 years, the United States has been spending your blood and your treasure on behalf of a country that can never be satisfied. They're a bitchy wife, never happy. If you bring something home it's the wrong color. If you bring a gift, oh, we can't have it. It attracts dust. Uh, they're just a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. But that's what we've, out of all of our friends in the world, we chose to say that Russia should be our enemy because Hillary Clinton lost an election. Russia, we could align with them. They're the most like us out there of our so-called enemies. But we don't. We don't even believe them. We don't even take Putin, who's gone out of his way to deal with us fairly and to tamp things down. We don't take him seriously. We take this oaf, Netanyahu, more seriously. What does he bring? We gave up the best airport in the world. How the military must wish they have that airport in Afghanistan. But Biden just walked away from it. No, my friends, our future is different. Doesn't mean we're going to be poor. It's just going to be different. And you've been lulled into this multi-year, even if you ignore 2008, you've been lulled into a 2-decade rally in the market. If you ignore 2001, 2002, you've been lulled into a 3-decade rally in the market. If you ignore 1986, 87, you've been lulled into a 43-year, 44-year bull market that's changed your lives. Absolutely changed your lives. Few of you remember what it was like to not have everything at your fingertips. Everything. Well, that's what's coming. But my goal with you is I think Railtown is going to give all of us, you and me to a much lesser extent, the wherewithal to build. Number one, this is going to be a lot of money. This is going to be a lot. 19 million. Let's say over the next few days, some of you guys tell me how much you have, and it gets over 20 million. And ignoring the fact that this isn't audited, if we have 20 million shares of Railtown collectively, and we ignore the devils who are going to come and tell you, hey, you better sell some. You got to day trade it. Hey, I've got this great stock, AME. It's going to be the mother of. Look, we can't listen to those people anymore. Can't listen to them anymore. The one I would, potentially listen to somewhat is if you get into an idea of his early. If Ham has an idea early, he may be being paid for it, or maybe he's doing it as a favor, or maybe he doesn't really know what the company's going to do. But I'll tell you what, if he has committed to talking about something, he's probably on the verge of making 10,000 phone calls over the next 30 days. I know that's probably a preposterous number, but he's going to make 500 a day, maybe. So you can get in. If you ignore all the pie in the sky stuff, you can get in as a professional if you want to. But I would suggest you don't have any time for it. But right now, if you have an account with 10,000 shares of Railtown, to participate in Ham's whispered stock that he mentions, HLP, you'd have to sell, if you sold half, you would have 5,000 Railtown, and you'd have maybe, 1,200, 1,500 HLP. That's not in an account. You're not going to go anywhere with that account. But if 10,000 shares of Railtown, if you hang on that and just put the blinders on, just ignore all the other noise. If that 10,000 shares goes to $25, which I think is ahead of you just as a matter of course. And I don't think it's over at that point either. Well, your 10,000 shares are $250. And so then that 1,500 shares of a punt on HLP becomes $1,500 out of 250,000. It's a very small thing just to keep you distracted, because the hardest thing to do in the market is just to do nothing. You've got to do your work, build your position. Once you've built it, there's nothing left to do. Nothing. So maybe it's good to have something to trade with to distract yourself, or go learn how to play golf. Go learn how to plant olive trees. The Israelis are destroying all of them in the West Bank, and maybe there's a future for olives. I don't know. Go do something else while your stock works for you. Once you've done your analysis, and I would say in the case of Railtown, there's some things we don't know, but we've pieced together. But I would say the certainty of success in Railtown as an investment, ceteris paribus, 85 to 95%. The risk of losing everything, it's de minimis. The thing is valued as if it's going to go out of business. So it's truly a unique situation where you can change your financial world and your account. But one of the jobs I'm going to have to do, one thing I have to prepare for is if there's a short squeeze. I'm hoping there isn't one, but I'm going to have to talk about, we're not anywhere near that right now. Secondly, I believe, as I've said, and my piece of paper now is, I was cleaning up the other day, but I still think the markets ahead of you could go up 25 to 50% in a whoosh, 90 days or less at some point. If it doesn't happen, if that kind of blow off top does not happen, well, maybe we have more time in this bull market. Maybe AI's done it. Maybe if Trump keeps us from another draining war, he's going to lose the House and the Senate. And so all the things he could have done for America have just been crashed on the shoals of Israel. And it's not well thought out. What is Israel trying to do? Anyway, the next few months, Trump can do some things, but after that, he will be indicted. They will bring him into court. They will try to put him in jail. The Democrats have no shame, none. And the Republicans will have a hard time regaining control of the government. Cheating will continue in the 6 or 7 states that elect a president. The Democrats will continue to manufacture ballots, probably out of China. And your future is going to be AOC, unless you get Kamala and then AOC. So, Trump bet a lot because he didn't have the courage to stand up to Netanyahu, which leads me to believe that Trump was threatened and he's thinking about his grandchildren. I don't know. Maybe we'll never know. But we have to adapt. We have to adapt to what's coming. We can't, arguing about it is sort of interesting, but it doesn't change your financial situation to have win a restaurant argument. It doesn't help. So what I think is if we have 20 million shares of Railtown, and it goes to $25, unless Dan Borders or Frank Benedetto or Tony the Tiptoeing Turtle or others come convince you to go squander this money so they can make money, and they've got families. Well, so do you. You have families. If we have 20 million shares, it goes to $25. We have $500 million. Now, many of you are going to get picked off. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to be gone. But I'm trying to set up. I'm doing a lot of things, and I was busy yesterday at court all day. But I'm trying to set up an investment channel where if when this works, you guys can either invest cash or stock, and we can do it together, but it'll be I'll be in charge of the company, or it'll be like a supra company and then a bunch of divisions maybe. But anyway, the future is all about, if it's not clear to you, and I understand it emotionally, it's hard to deal with such dramatic turns of circumstance, particularly when the press only talks about Sydney Sweeney's new movie role and doesn't talk about what Israel has done to the United States. But Trump did it willingly. Remember, most of his bankers are Zionists. And one of the key things to building wealth in real estate, particularly big wealth, is access to capital. And, I guess a lifetime of hearing one side of the story, your views are swayed. Now, don't get me wrong. I actually, at this point, I wasn't alive when Israel was created. That was the time to have the discussion. But I believe Israel has a right to exist. I believe the people of Israel should be safe and should not be bombed and attacked. But I mean, come on. Trump wants Iran not to have nuclear weapons. Israel has nuclear weapons. That's a place to start. All right, Iran, if you give up your ambitions, the United States will take over and remove all of Israel's nuclear weapons. Of course, Israel won't go along with that. They have the Samson plan. Take it all down. I don't know. You start when you see it, you start to agree with Christopher Hitchens that religion, I mean, he blames God, but I think if he were to listen to himself, he's really blaming religion. But it's men go, and this is, I say things about women's characteristics, but one characteristic about men is they go to these extremes of violence to enforce their belief system. Well, I'm not sure that's what Christ had in mind. I'm not personally sure that's what Muhammad had in mind. Of course, I went to a lecture it was Monday night. It was very interesting. Georgetown professor talking about unbelief. But he grew up in the Jewish part of, I guess, Boston. I didn't get it, but I wonder if his mother was Jewish. But he's Catholic, and he strayed from it. And but it was very interesting talking about how it was, I don't know if you would call it Episcopalian, or it's just the founders of the United States. But the way of looking at the world is what started this long era of disbelief in the, I guess, the miracles of God. And I think Islam shares that idea of, for lack of a better word, miracles that the Catholic Church does. But anyway, this guy was fascinating. At the end of his lecture, he quoted the Quran, and I asked him, which translation of the Quran would you read? He said the original one. I said, what? You read it in Arabic? He said, yep. Very smart guy, very smart guy. So he spoke Hebrew, English, American English, and Arabic, probably other things. But religion maybe got us here, but I don't know. Israel's very secular. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, that's a lot of talking about something I said I didn't really want to talk about. I think the war's over. I don't think we're going to World War III. Israel will probably try to continue the war, but I think at some point, whether it's before the elections or afterwards, I think the United States is going to vomit up AIPAC, the Israeli lobby. And I mean, it's weird. We give $3 to $5 billion to Israel every year and more, and then they send money back and bribe our government. And they did that in Ukraine too. So I guess it's a clever way of staying in power, but I don't think Americans are going to stand for it much longer. So anyway, it'd be fun to protect ourselves. And, political views aside, I don't care. I really don't care if people don't agree with me, as long as they come to their own point of view with some thought. If they're just repeating, hackneyed slogans or bumper stickers, I'm not impressed. But anyway, this is, I think, our way out. I think this is our way out, and we're going to have to move it toward these other investments if we get out at all. And that's one thing I want to kind of, maybe if we get to it today, one idea I worked on yesterday that I want to show you. So the final thing I'm thinking about that I have to be aware of is we might not get that blow-off rally, and everything could turn to nightmare without it. That's always possible. I don't think that's going to happen, but we've got to get ready for it. So I want to teach you guys, and you guys can teach me too. But my idea is that when the market does this 30, 40, 50% rally, each of us can buy puts, maybe with some duration. Puts are, you lose all your money if you're wrong. So it's like insurance. But for example, if the market gets to those high levels, probably the puts on a Bank of America or JP Morgan will be cheap. Out of the money ones will be cheap. And as protection, we can buy some of those. I don't think it makes sense now, because I think the money should be in Railtown. And also, I don't think the market's going to crash now. But there's always a risk of that, All right, so let's move on from that opening preamble. Let me check the price again, 29.82. So clearly I'm not going to be able to take advantage of the low prices. I'm proud of every one of you that did. That friend of Brandon's who put a sell order for 50,000 shares at 25 cents, he got blown out. I doubt, even though he got another chance. I don't know if he could have bought at that exact price, but he got another chance to build that all back. I doubt he did. And there's our friend with 52,500 for sale, over and over and over again. I understand that Tony thinks I'm some dummy, that I think that's a real order or something. Look, if you listen to Tony, I think you're listening to a paid basher, a paid manipulator. I don't know him, so if he's a great guy and I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But this is going to be a lot of money, and they're going to come after you. They're going to come after you like friends. They're going to come after me like I'm a dolt. They're going to try to break it all up. And anyway, it's clear to me this 52,500 shares is just a spoof that's been there from 70 cents all the way down. It's one of Tony's allies. Now he's going to say, I'm not a short. Well, technically he's not. I doubt he has the balls to be short. I doubt he could afford the the computer and the subscription that is required to keep the computers going. I don't think he has that wherewithal, but I bet he makes a nice living with AME and GMC and trashing guys like me. I bet he makes a nice living. I, on the other hand, am I'm in it with you. I'm just trying to make it till all our dreams come true. Miles away, you will find peace of mind on the ship called Fantasy. All right, let me go through your comments, and then I'll try to show you a couple of things, 2 or 3 things maybe. Donna's numero uno today. Hi, Donna. Donna says hello. T. Alex is number 1, but only in our hearts today. Donna came in first. And then Pat. Hi, William. Hi, Pat. CJ Yukon. What a run Yukon had. What a run. What a run. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to you. T. Alex. Hi, William, and everyone. Adelip the Third. The Toyd. You got to be careful how you pronounce that New York accent. Hello, Sir William. Hello, Adela. Fast Eddie. Howdy, Wild Bill. Hey, Steve. Hi, Uncle Bill. Wow. Steve's amazing. Steve is amazing. Added 51,000. Amazing. That is just amazing. There's a lot of pollen out there. Lewis Shotland, hi, William. I bought a bunch of Railtown and reached my goal. Yay! 200,000 is huge. It's massive. If 200,000 shares were to go to $2.50. That covers $500,000 in losses in MMTLP, Logic, GTII, CRTD, ZJYO. That's a really nice position to have, 200,000, or any position, 10,000, 5. They're all going to make you feel good. But I'm impressed, Louis. That's a good job. Obviously, if it goes to $5, that covers a lot of pain that we've all gone through, and gets us more than whole, I hope. So good job, Louis. Richard K. I have my son's screen on. Shine away, William. That's a pretty good one. Adela, William, do you have an updated share count? A new updated share count? Well, in the posting on April 8th, the company admitted to, I'll try to find it. I showed it to you before, but the company acknowledged, or whatever word you want to use, that they had slightly over 213 million shares outstanding. Now, I've shown you over the last many months the listings that the companies posted in similar filings, but they didn't do it in this one, of warrants and employee options. But a lot of those warrants just expired without being exercised. And I don't know what happens with employee options if they were priced above. I don't think any of them were underwater. But my point is, it's in flux. The total fully diluted number was over 230 million in October or November. But I think that fully diluted number, it might have been approaching 240 million. I think that number is probably around 225, maybe 227 right now. But even that number could be incorrect. And as you know, on the posting that they gave us April 8th, some warrants were exercised. So those shares are now in the issued count, but no longer in the warrant count. So it probably didn't change the FD number at all. So we know that there's somewhat over 213 million shares issued. We know that. They just published that April 8th. What we don't know is how many warrants and employee options still remain. Most of them were going to expire by now. So it's possible there's only fewer than 10 million warrants and employee options extant. But I don't know. I haven't seen, they haven't provided a number. And I don't expect that number to stay low. I would imagine that depending on how long the company stays independent, I would imagine everybody's going to re-up with employee options. I would also imagine that, and this is from something I heard a year ago, approximately. There were rumors going around on Reddit or somewhere about a year ago that the company was losing its lease and having trouble with payments at its office building or something like that. And it's just typical bashing to cause fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But when I checked on it, what I got back then, and I never really talked about it then because I'm not sure at that time if it was privileged or not. But by now, a year's gone by. But they were hiring hands over fist. They actually were taking more space, not less. So my point is, I'm of the opinion that Railtown, even though some of these others got out there with their propaganda from private equity and users, because remember, there's a need for what Railtown does, and the competitors are racing to try to fill. I use the analogy of cartilage between, your whatever the lower leg bone is and the upper leg bone is. You need this cartilage between the big data center and all that power, the compute power, and the user. But it's more than just, it's smooth. It makes everything work without pain and without squeaking. But it's also a very intelligent and critical piece to make money off of these big data centers. So that's why there's so many competitors springing up. But I think Railtown really, when history is written, I think Railtown will be judged to have been the first, the best in class, and the solution. Now, I could be wrong. And then but that's a question of magnitude of market capture. Will Railtown be 25, 30% of the market, or will it be 5%? Both numbers are huge from where the stock is now. Anyway, my point on that is, Adela, is if they are continuing to be a place where engineers want to work, and of course my information is over a year old, so I don't know that status, they're going to issue more employee options. So that number of outstanding warrants and outstanding employee options, I don't think the warrants are going to go up. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the the BlackBerry guys, I wouldn't be surprised if they helped the company, if the stock goes up. But if they help the company, they're so rich, they might just exercise to get the company some money before maturity. I don't expect a whole lot more of warrants to be issued, but employee options could go up. So Adela, I don't think there's any fixed number. I would use, if you really want to play with your projections per share, I would use, maybe 225 million to 230 million as a fully diluted number, or just use the outstanding number 213, call it 214, and just know in your head that you're probably I don't know, 5 or 7% off. It's not going to matter. You know, this precision is probably fun for accountants, but if you're trying to understand the direction of the stock, the direction of the industry, you know, whether it's 214 million or 222 million or 227 million, it's just not a big enough difference to get worked up about. I was going to show at some point, I guess I can do it now. I didn't you know, have it printed out on a spreadsheet or anything, but you know my view that on the TELUS data center, AIP, and I'm, you know, wild ass guess, for the year 2028, AIP will lead to 40 million in revenue for Railtown. $2028, and then the TELUS revenue could be 200 million that goes to Railtown in 2028. That's $240 million and growing from Rimouski, 240. Well, whether you pick 214 million shares outstanding or 227, it's all somewhat over $1. So if you use $1 a share instead of the higher numbers, I mean, what does it really matter? At $1 a share, the multiples here, you know, at a 5 multiple, the stock should be $5. At a 50x, I would argue the stock should be $50. And the thing I was going to show, and I'll do it right now quickly, is that's one data center. This Rimouski data center, if I remember, I saw it from some of my research, I think it's the 83rd, maybe it was the 87th most powerful data center in the world right now. All right, so if it's 87th, that means there are 86 data centers who could use Railtown above Rimouski, above TELUS's. Well, we don't know the tie-ups. We don't know. I don't know what. I should get a list. And for now, Railtown is neutral, so we assume they can sign up with anybody. But if you just assume out of those 87 or 86 above Railtown, they just sign up 9 of them by 2028. I think you could imagine that Railtown from 10 data centers could be generating to Railtown 240 million per data center. Of course, the 40 million came from AIP. So take that off, call it 200 million per data center times 10. That's $2 billion in annual recurring revenue out of 10 data centers, if it happens. Well, there's 213 million shares outstanding. If you want to be precise, you can, or you can say it's 227 million shares outstanding. I would just argue change that number to 270 And then, instead of $1 a share, you're at what, $100 a share, or is it 1,000? Let me see. Using 227 million shares fully diluted. Sorry, $10 a share. So you'd have $10 a share in ARR from 10 data centers. And, there's 12,000 in the world right now. $10 a share, put a multiple on that, 15x, that's $150 a share. So anyway, Adela, I would say if you want to use a fully diluted number that covers it all, say 230 million, I think that's more than what the number is. I think the number is probably 225 million, but it could be as low as 222 million. I don't know, but it'll change. They could they could do an aqua hire, and to bribe everybody over, issue a bunch of employee options. So anyway, I hope I showed you that whether it's 227 million shares or 213 million shares or 240 million shares, the amount of recurring revenues that are going to show up give you, in this example of 10 data centers by 2028, just 10, you could have $10 a share in revenue. That's net revenue, that's cash flow, that's profit, and sovereign, and might get a huge multiple. It's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting. Donna says hello. Giuseppe says hello. Hi, Sada Aman. How are you? Nice to see you here as ever. Giuseppe Ingrano. Deranged leftists killed Charlie Kirk. The op conspiracies are looming. How do you know who killed him? But okay, I guess I don't know. I think his wife is a nightmare, and it's at least plausible that Trump saw what happened to him and said, oh my gosh, I don't want that happening to anyone I love. But I don't know. You might be right. You say it was a deranged leftist. I searched my brain for who did they arrest, and they didn't find the gun or the bullet. I don't know. You might be right now. Steve, your dad was a wise man. Wow. I wonder how he found out. What was it, well known in the know crowd? Well, yeah, I mean, Dad used to, when I lived in Moscow 2 summers, when my dad ran the commercial office for the United States. It was right next door to the embassy. And I actually worked in the embassy. And we'd meet, not every day, but he'd tell me on the drive in, meet in the commissary. But many days we'd go and he'd be with somebody else and I'd just be sitting maybe with whatever. But he'd say, we go to the commissary, and that was in the courtyard, sort of to the left, and everybody went. You could get cheeseburgers, French fries, Coca-Cola, I forget what they called it. You get a chit, and I'm not sure it's called the snack bar. It was called the snack bar. So we would go there and, but he'd always go, Bill, oh, Bill, over there. You see that guy over there? You see that one? No, no, not him. Don't look now. Don't look now. But the guy right there, he's a spook. He would point out, because I'd figure everyone's a foreign service officer, but he'd point out which ones were CIA. And yeah, I don't know if everyone believed it, but there was a lot of policy back then. World War II was a huge deal, and the pain and the suffering of the Jewish population in particular continued under Stalin and under the Soviets. So there was a lot of policy. I think it was the Jackson Amendment, and there was one other guy to make sure of safe passage to Israel. And, which is something I would have and did agree with. But everything's flipped. Russia is, I think, not the way the Soviets were. Everything's flipped. Bob, wow, another big buy. Bob added 5,000. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Donna M., your opinion on world happenings doesn't make it so. That's true. That is true. And I think a lot of my opinion won't matter if we pull out of here without much cost. We might be all right. But Donna, as ever, it doesn't matter what I say. If China starts buying oil in yuan, which reportedly they're doing now, if the Saudis start selling oil in gold, which reportedly they're doing to China now, if Iran is selling oil in Bitcoin, which reportedly it's doing, the petrodollar, which a lot of people talk about now, most people didn't even give it a second thought. If the Saudis in particular break the link of the US dollar and oil prices, we're still a big economy, but we're not the biggest in the world by purchasing power measure. China has that. But we'll still be big. We're not going to be suddenly poor. But 5%, essentially, the world's population has consumed 25% of the world's resources for a long time. And that'll change. But it'll be all right. We don't need all that. We don't need it all. We wasted most of it anyway. But you are right about that, Donna. I don't think my opinion makes it so. And I also don't trust all the sources of information that I consume. And I miss having, one or two newspapers of record where you could trust what you were reading. But you're absolutely right, Donna. My opinion doesn't make it so. I totally agree with you. Bob, wow, Steve, you were amazing in your position. Yeah, I know. It's incredible. Donna, I turn off the sound until you stop talking about the stock. Okay, Railtown, 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 Iran. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William and RT crew. Affiliate of RT, Acerta, has partnerships with Ford, Dana, Linamar, ZF, Borg Warner, BMW, Ballard, Nissan. Hurry up, not much more time here. Acerta. Well, I think the BlackBerry guys have something to do with automobiles, but also one of your favorite stocks, SoundHound. Maybe there's a link. Justin Babish, like Constellation, 1 to 3,500 per share. Is this something we think Railtown could do in 10 or 15 or 20 years? I suppose, but I would say we'll have plenty of time to make that projection. But yeah, if Railtown employs the same kind of strategy that Constellation did, which is to be parsimonious in issuing new shares, I don't think they issued any after their first IPO. But I don't know. I didn't study it. But they only have about 25 million shares outstanding or something. If Railtown keeps their share base pretty small and the revenues grow like they're projected, yes, you could get huge numbers. And I don't think you'd have to wait 15 or 20 years. I mean, if Railtown, Justin, I don't know. I should ask that question. I think I've asked it before, but I don't remember it. What is the total addressable number of sovereign AI data centers in the world? There's not that many right now, but there's going to be so many. And if Railtown is the critical piece of the interface between the user and this huge data stack, the amount of revenue, Justin, that can flow through Railtown's side is just enormous. Now, what are the limiting factors? One is if competitors claim the space first. Well, the biggest competitor probably is Google ADK, but Google might be a buyer of Railtown. I don't know. But Google stays in its own silo. Another potential competitor is Amazon's trying to do something. But as far as I know, they don't have a locked-in answer, but they are working on it. And, you read about Microsoft having a few things. But again, those are probably two buyers of Railtown. Then you have LangChain, which is supposedly the gold standard, but it does not have, it might by now, but that doesn't mean it has anything as good. It doesn't have the real time that Rail Engine provides. So I think there's a really solid evidence and chance that Railtown comes out of the gate once TELUS tells us, and it becomes the de rigueur interface required on all these data centers. The addressable market just becomes beyond reckoning. And you could get these share prices you're mentioning very quickly. I I don't think if those kind of numbers become projectable, I don't think Railtown will be a standalone company very long, um, which is good for us because a couple of things. I no longer believe there's any risk at all that Railtown is going to be sold at $5 or $10 or $15. I just don't see that happening. A share. If one of these other buyers comes in, and oddly, IBM we should add to that list. And the potential is like you're saying to analysts, they will discount it and they'll buy the company sooner. So it's good for us because we'll get a big price and we'll get stock of a good company. On the other hand, if Railtown stands alone for that time frame, yes, I think they will not issue a lot of stock. I think the revenue will grow steadily. Obviously, you've got to have continued growth in AI, and which I think will happen. So yeah, I think it's possible. Let me see. What's your? Let me use your big number, 3,500. 3,500 a share, and let's use a low multiple, not a high multiple. Let's use 12 and a half multiple. So that would be 280 a share in revenue. And your question is, could they be doing that in 10 or 15 years? So let's multiply 280 by, let's say they keep their share count low. Let's multiply it by 250 million shares. That gives revenue of 70 billion, which sounds like a lot, doesn't it? Well, if you assume each data center were to give Railtown, my other numbers might have been wrong now that I'm looking at this. We'll have to redo that again. But if each data center gives Railtown, by then, let's say 300 million in revenue, that's where I might have been wrong in the number I gave you. I just would have to change how many data centers. So that would mean that Railtown would have to be on top of 233 data centers. Call it 250 data centers worldwide. Well, there's something like 12,000 in the world right now. So yeah, I think it's possible. But I think as the revenues go up, the multiple's going to come way down. So my 12 and a half multiple might be too generous. So maybe it would have to be 500 data centers. But yeah, Justin, I think it's possible. Ward Richardson Tellis will be at the Adobe AI settlement April 19th through the 20th. Wow. That could be a logical deadline, couldn't it, for them to say something? It could be. Silver Skyrocket. Hello, William. Hello, everyone. How are you? TELUS Digital and Adobe Gold solution provider partner will show how generative AI and real-time AI convert contact center interactions into activation-ready intelligence. Do you think they will represent RT AI? Maybe. How about this idea? TELUS is already in negotiations with RT. That's why the quiet period continued. That's what I think. You know, there's some things we don't know for sure, but that's my number one reason. It also could be that Railtown doesn't want to talk too much because they don't want to, you know. I think the fish is hooked in this case, but you don't want to lose the fish. So there's no advantage to Railtown talking out of school early, you know. T. Alex, TELUS has a long-standing association with BlackBerry, formerly Research in Motion, that has spanned over 2 decades. I didn't know that. TELUS does. Evolving from a hardware retail partnership to a software security collaboration. Well, that might lean. I mean, one thing is TELUS might like so much the Railtown product, they called the BlackBerry guys. I mean, I'm speculating here, and said, "Hey, you got to see this." That's very interesting information, T. Alex. Hardware and retail partnership for most of the 2000 and 2010. So they trust BlackBerry. TELUS was a major Canadian carrier for BlackBerry devices. TELUS launched iconic models like the BlackBerry Curve. Wow. T. Alex, enterprise support. TELUS provided specialized service like TELUS Link, which integrated BlackBerry security with push-to-talk technology for business clients. T. Alex, modern software partnerships. As BlackBerry pivoted from hardware to software and cybersecurity, the partnership adapted. So enterprise support, TELUS provided specialized services, and I take from this, they created modern partnerships regarding the software. T. Alex, critical event management. In 2020, TELUS and BlackBerry announced a partnership to provide BlackBerry Ad Hoc, a secure emergency management and crisis communication solution. T. Alex, reseller agreement. Under this agreement, TELUS acts as a national reseller of Ad Hoc for government entities and municipalities across Canada, such as the Edmonton Police Service. Well, if you're implying that this is what BlackBerry brings to Railtown and the potential to not only replicate that strategy, but maybe get into the Rolodex of BlackBerry and TELUS, it's it's a pretty powerful thing you're saying. You're saying something pretty huge. T. Alex, connectivity. The collaboration combines BlackBerry's secure software with TELUS's IP network to ensure reliable communication during disasters or emergencies. T. Alex, the TELUS partnership was announced just after the AIP collaboration. The TELUS partnership with BlackBerry? Or you're talking about the Railtown partnership or tie-up? We don't really know what it is for sure, and I would guess that's what we're waiting for. Ward Richardson, William, TELUS has a partnership with IBM for the last 16 years. That's pretty powerful too. T. Alex, who is sitting on the Railtown AI board? Exactly. Bob, good information, T. Alex. Thanks. Chestnut, good day. All wow, 8,000. Look at that. You've sped past Donna, not too far, but you've done a great job, Chestnut. I remember when you had a lot less than that. Good for you. That's a great position. That's a great one. Great position. Ward Richardson, Justin Babish, I would knock off 15 years on that thought, not financial advice. So let's go back to Justin's. Justin Babish said, like Constellation Software, $1 to 3,500 per share. Is this something we think Railtown could do in 15 to 20 years? And here's what Ward said. It's not financial advice, but Ward said, I would knock 15 years off on that. I misread it. I would knock off 15 years on that thought, Justin Babish, not financial advice. And that's the thing. If Railtown really has the bee's knees and becomes the Rolls Royce or the whatever, the De Beers of this layer, my gosh, the revenue numbers are just so amazing. They're just so amazing. It's mind-boggling. But that information isn't out there yet. That when you search for it or ask about it or talk about it, a lot of information is just missing regarding Railtown's potential. And you could assume, well, then it doesn't exist. They're taking so long because they've fallen behind, or I'm trying to think of other negatives. Or it could just be that their business has exploded to such a level that they're locking down all the contracts they can before they start bragging about those contracts. I know that's what I would do. I'd much rather have the contracts than be out bragging and lose the contracts. I would think that it's possible that, as you just pointed out to you, Alex, and Ward just did, it's possible there's other bigger players that have learned about Railtown. And who knows? It's a little bit of speculation there, That's the problem. You can't know it for sure. Ricky Brogan, hello, William and RT crew. Hi, Ricky. Justin Babish, if RT were 100 billion value, what would be the share price? Well, if you use, I hear the 100 billion, but I'm not quite there yet in my head. I'm more in the 15 billion to maybe 40 billion range, but it could be easily 100 billion. So if you used the outstanding shares, you divide it by 213. But if you want to use fully diluted and be, safe in your estimate, I don't think they have 230 million fully diluted. So use 230 million, because that way you know the number you have is conservative. That's $434 a share. And I used to get the number when I was getting whatever, I probably should have been committed, but I was committed to Railtown last June. I kept getting numbers. I don't know about this high. Might have a few times, but as I calculated it, I kept getting numbers in the 250, 275, 300 share range for a buyout of Railtown. And that's back before a lot of this stuff was known. And I felt a little crazy about those targets because they just seem so like yours right now. 100 billion seems so big. However, if you address it from the standpoint of the size of the addressable market, the continuing growth of that market, and you put it out a few years, you're not talking about 6 months. The revenue numbers can get there on 100 billion, which is $435 a share, basically. On 100 million, the revenue to get to 100 billion, valuation at 35x. It's such a big decimal. Let me turn it sideways. It's not letting me do it. All right, let me use the other calculator I have. Turn that one sideways. Okay, so 100 billion divided by 35, a multiple, you would need almost 3 billion a year in revenue. So how likely is it for Railtown to get to 3 billion in revenue? Well, if you assume, and I think my number when I started this with 10 data centers was wrong, but if you assume each data center is giving them $250 million to get to 3 billion, and let's take 50 million off, because they can only do the AIP network once. So let's say each data center is 200 million annually. How many data centers would they, distinct data centers, not a twin of Rimouski, Kamloops, distinct, like they have a TELUS data center and they have a Bell data center or a Microsoft data center or a completely different country. How many would they need at 200 million annually in revenue and a 35x multiple, which you might argue that that's too aggressive. I don't know, but it's going to be 100% revenue. They need 15 data centers. I think I said 10, but they need 15 data centers. And well, the world is going to have so many. I mean, I think there's 15 in Loudoun County. I'm exaggerating, but there's definitely 15 in Virginia. So, Justin, I think, and I don't think Ward would dissuade you from those higher numbers. I just have a hard time in my head believing it can go to 100 billion. But on the other hand, I can believe that it could go to 25 or 35 billion. It's not that much further. But again, my point is the potential revenue out there is so massive. I would argue that's even less than 1% of the total market out there of revenues. All software, all apps, all revenues going to come through these data centers. But also, if it's the Apple model, the distributed GPUs, revenue will go there, but they're still going to need a Railtown type interface, or it goes to those data centers in outer space. Same thing. Justin, it's right now the stock price doesn't reflect obviously any of this. And to argue that it should means that all of this that we're talking about is out in the public or the private investors' mindsets. And I just don't think it's there right now. There are a lot of people, like I would imagine the BlackBerry fellas, who know the story, but they're not allowed to buy any more shares. Not now. They did it in a private placement. Will they once the quiet ends? I think so. Anyway, the share price is, what did I say, $425? Ward Richardson. William, it looks like RT will go after the automotive industry just like SoundHound did. Yeah. You sent me a video that I want to play for everybody, but I better check to see it's not. That it's not. Oh, it's from NVIDIA. I can't play it. It's from NVIDIA. I'm not going to take that risk. But it was a very similar, Ward sent me a video about real-time use of AI driving, et cetera. Very similar to the video that Morgan Stanley that I got a year ago about robotics. I should see if there's a new Morgan Stanley research video. They don't mind it being shared because they want more customers. NVIDIA, I guess, minds sharing it because they don't want more customers. I don't know. Let's see, the market just closed, apparently. So let me see what our one and only champion stock closed at. 0.3077 on 20. Now it shows 22,000 shares, 22,500 shares volume. Man, volume's drying up. I think that's a positive. And that, wow, 10,000 shares went off at 0.3077. I mean, I would argue anything that's being sold is fake, but I can't tell if that was on the bid or in the middle. But somebody, 10,000, that's a nice trade. 2,500 went off at 29.82. I mean, back when you had real market makers, there's 5,700 that I can see. Well, no, sorry, 5,400 that I can see that's all traded in the 29.82, 29.67, 29.82 range. And then a market maker would flip that at the 0.3077, make that little hair of a difference, and that's a nice trade. I don't know if that's what happened here. That's a pretty good close. Let me see if the chart says that that's starting to look strong. It's certainly behaving better than it has recently. All right, so yes, it is looking good. Do you see it there? It broke above the 20-day moving average, and it's above this horizontal. It's above this horizontal here. So it is starting to break out above 30 cents. And the next stop should be 31.9. So if any of you are mad at me and think I'm a jerk, just know I'm not going to be able to get in at the low prices. And then that should help you feel better about me, I guess. I'm really proud of those of you who did. You had a chance the last 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe a little more. And then you, of course, had a lot of time in January, but you don't have it anymore, you know? During January, it felt like that was going to last forever, but it's not there anymore. Ricky Brogan says, Chestnut, congratulations. Ward says the bee's knees stack. The bee's knees stack. Yeah, that's a good one. Ricky Brogan, Ward bullish. Justin Babish. I had an Amazon manager that works in Canada in my car a month ago. I mentioned Railtown, and she said she knew who they were, failed to elaborate further, but knew about the company. Wow, that's interesting. Because Amazon, Justin, you might know, but I believe Amazon is the biggest robotics company in the United States. But maybe Tesla has more, maybe the Department of Defense somewhere has more. But at least we can acknowledge that the Amazon model in their factories, their shipping, it uses a lot of real-time AI, and that's Real Engine. T. Alex, BlackBerry is a major player in the automotive industry. After moving away from making smartphones, the company successfully pivoted to become a leader in automotive software. Yep. Ward, Ricky Brogan, damn Skippy. T. Alex, its involvement is centered around the QNX division, which provides the critical software foundation for modern vehicles. T. Alex, embedded operating systems. BlackBerry's QNX Neutrino RTOS serves as the primary operating system for various vehicle functions, including digital cockpits, infotainment systems, and instrument clusters. T. Alex, advanced safety features. Their software powers advanced driver assistance systems, providing the secure foundation needed for features like autonomous driving and automated control. That's where I think Railtown excels because of Rail Engine. I asked Corey about it, and I'm not going to remember the technical terms, but I think Tesla with their self-driving taxis, they rely on, I believe, radar, but also photographs, you know, the cameras. And I think Real Engine does it differently, or it uses those same inputs, but does it real time. And I don't remember the distinction. Ward probably knows the distinction. But Tesla doesn't have Rail Engine. Amazon doesn't have Rail Engine. I'm not sure this, whatever it's called, QNX, you know, this BlackBerry, I don't think they have Rail Engine. TLX, cybersecurity. BlackBerry provides specialized cybersecurity solutions to protect vehicles from hacking and ransomware. Ensuring the safety of connected automotive. TLX, through BlackBerry Ivy, a cloud-connected data platform, wow, developed with Amazon Web Services, automakers can securely access and standardize vehicle sensor data to create new in-car services and apps. Big opening, I think, for Railtown. Lion of many traits. Do you have any favorite Spanish phrases that you would use to express your bullishness for Railtown? Adios was all she said, and I knew it, that's the way it would be. But she finally spoke Spanish to me. I would say, how do you say arriba, arriba, arriba? I don't know. I think I don't speak Spanish enough, but I think it's going to be caliente. Is that hot? It's going to be hot, hot, hot. T. Alex, Yahoo. All right, so I'm going to see if I can. What's a widget? There's widgets on my thing. What's a widget? It doesn't matter. Let's say they make tape recorders. Oh, the Japanese are going to kill you on. All right, let me see what I have and what I want to. Oh, don't want that. All right, I'm going to show you what I did. It's mine. I created it with the help of the computer and its research. And I'm going to take the chance to show it to you. But I want to emphasize two things. There is not enough data out there for the computers to draw in the amount of revenue that Justin, myself, Ward were implying just now. It's just not out there. So that's one of the reasons the price is here. Once that switch gets turned on in research departments, whether public or private, that's what's going to make this stock just change its price very rapidly. So what I'm showing you, the title will show it. Remember, I created this. It's not some super secret thing, even though it says it is. I created it. A lot of the data I didn't come up with. In fact, I started this, the only thing I asked about was IBM, as Ward just mentioned. I only asked about IBM. So the rest of it, a lot of it, I don't want to, in other words, I don't want to take credit that somehow my brain came up with everything. But I just want to say this, it's presented as a study. I did it. That's all I'm saying. So don't think somehow it exists somewhere. It doesn't. And then the other thing is you're going to notice that the value is tiny. It's minuscule that they come up with, but it's still higher than where the stock is now. But I suggest to you it's irrelevant. But if you follow the thought process of what they're doing, and if you imagine if I can do this, imagine what these full-on teams of, highly educated people out of Ivy League are going to be doing. All right, so this is what I created. An AI acquisition strategic fit analysis. The only one I asked about was IBM. They came up with Microsoft and Google, and it's based on transactions for the last 2 years. So the title they came up with, Assessing Strategic Relevance for Real-Time AI Technologies. And you can see the date, yesterday. But again, I emphasize this report does not exist anywhere except in my computer. So here's the executive summary. This report examines 20 plus AI-related acquisitions completed or announced by IBM, Microsoft, and Google between January 24 and April 26, and evaluates each through the lens of strategic fit for real-time AI technologies. A Canadian headquartered developer of agentic frameworks, real-time data ingestion, and AI observability tooling. The M&A landscape has undergone a decisive structural shift. The 3 hyperscalers are no longer acquiring AI models or consumer chatbot teams. They are systemically buying the infrastructure layer beneath AI, real-time data pipelines, cloud-native observability, multi-cloud governance, and agentic orchestration tooling. This trend creates a compelling strategic argument that Railtown's platform, combining Rail Engine, real-time event ingestion, Railtrack's ADK, agentic development framework, and conductor observability, represents precisely the type of asset these acquirers have been aggressively pursuing. So, if you accept this as good, which I do, as good research on the nature of the market and what the hyperscalers are looking for and Railtown's fit, but you make an allowance for the fact there's no discussion of the upside revenues out there anywhere. So the computer doesn't have access to that. So you're going to be disappointed with the acquisition numbers they come up with, severely disappointed. But the rest of the argument is so powerful that I think it's worth going through, and then we'll let revenues take care of itself. Anyway, the key findings of this analysis. Number 1, Microsoft's Azure AI Foundry ecosystem exhibits the highest strategic alignment with Railtown's agentic orchestration and developer tooling capabilities earning a composite 7.5 out of 10 score. IBM's Confluent $11 billion acquisition confirms the strategic premium placed on real-time data streaming, a core competency of Railtown's Rail Engine. And IBM earns a strong 7.8, which, by the way, seems higher than 7.5. But anyway, IBM earns a strong 7.8 out of 10 composite score, but somehow comes in second place. Number 3, Google's acquisition of Wiz for $32 billion signals Google's preference for security and cloud observability, areas adjacent to Railtown's Conductor platform, and Google scored 7.2 out of 10. Fourth, Railtown's sovereign AI positioning via its TELUS partnership, providing Canadian resident compute infrastructure, is a differentiated moat that substantially elevates IBM's strategic calculus, given IBM's enterprise, government, and regulated sector client base. So the key findings are what I just read, and they analyzed, they did an analysis of 20 plus acquisitions. They looked at 60 billion in deals, and the highest score was 7.8, which was IBM. And they only came up with 3 credible acquirers. I don't know how they did that. I only asked about IBM. So 1, the new M&A paradigm, infrastructure over models. So I think our timing is good. The 24-26 period marks a decisive inflection point in enterprise AI mergers and acquisition strategy. Early stage acquisitions targeting large language model builders have given way to a new imperative. The new imperative is acquiring the connective tissue that allows large language models to function reliably at enterprise scale. IBM's $11 billion Confluent deal, Google's $32 billion Wiz acquisition, and Microsoft's continuous investment in its Azure AI Foundry orchestration stack, all signal that the battleground has shifted from model training to operational AI deployment infrastructure. So the battleground has moved our way. And that's where the money's moving. The structural shift is precisely the terrain on which Railtown competes. Rather than developing foundational models, Railtown builds the operational layer: real-time data ingestion, agent orchestration, and production observability. They build the operational layer that makes deployed AI agents reliable, auditable, and enterprise ready. The market is validating this positioning at extraordinary valuations. At extraordinary valuations. At extraordinary valuations. The structural shift is precisely the terrain on which Railtown competes. The market is validating this positioning at extraordinary valuations. Disclosed M&A deal values by acquirer for essentially the last year and a half, a little less. Well, no, it's 24, 25, and okay, so it's 2.5, 2.33 years. So anyway, IBM's deals examined 8.5 billion in 24, 7 billion in 25, 11 billion in 26. Microsoft hasn't really played yet, if it maybe won't. 24 for Google, almost 3 billion, and then Google last year 32 billion. Three dominant acquisition themes emerge across the 20 transactions reviewed: data pipeline and real-time streaming. IBM stream sets, 2 billion, data stacks in 25, CKI 25, Confluent 25, all target the data in motion infrastructure underpinning agentic AI. Multi-cloud infrastructure automation. IBM's HashiCorp, 6.4 billion. Microsoft's strategy around semantic kernel and Azure AI Foundry target infrastructure orchestration and governance at hyperscale. Developer tooling and agentic frameworks. Microsoft's Inflection Acquihire, 650 million. Google's Character.ai licensing, 2.7 billion. And Galileo AI demonstrate intense demand for developer-centric AI application tooling. These are three of the best companies in the world, all validating the space Railtown is in. And if my thesis is correct, that Railtown is best in class, was first in class, but is hanging back while it improves its offering and maybe signs its breakthrough contract, I guess, with TELUS. I don't know what to call it. I think you're going to find that your investment is in the right place at the right time, and you're not going to have to wait much longer. So here's the timeline of activity. I don't find it helpful, but we just went through it. Okay, so here's the catalog. IBM acquisition. IBM has been the most aggressive acquirer in this cohort by total disclosed capital. IBM's strategy is explicit. Build a vertically integrated smart data platform for enterprise AI. Spanning infrastructure provisioning, HashiCorp, data understanding, CKI, real-time streaming, Confluent, AI model deployment, Watson X, and workflow automation, IBM Automation. So here's the companies: Stream Sets, 2 billion, HashiCorp 6, DataStax, CKI, and Hakoda, nobody knows. And Confluent is 11 billion, and Confluent does what Rail Engine does. So the strategic intent in the middle of Stream Sets was real-time data ingestion, API management for Watson X. What's the Railtown overlap? Very high. Railtown is direct competitive / complement. HashiCorp, multi-cloud infrastructure automation. It's medium. Railtown's overlap is medium. Railtrack's ADK orchestrates agents across the same infrastructure. Data sacks, vector DB, unstructured data for Gen AI workloads on Watson X. Medium. Rail engine feeds RAG pipelines data stacks would serve. CKI, natural language query over enterprise data for Watson X users. Medium overlap. Conductor observability layer is complementary. Hakoda, data modernization consulting. Snowflake expertise for IBM consulting. There is very little overlap there. Confluent, Apache Kafka-based real-time data streaming, agentic AI data backbone. High overlap. Direct validation of Railtown's real-time event ingestion thesis. And guess what? IBM paid $11 billion for it. And I know Brandon's going to want to know, what does that work out to per share? 11 billion on just outstanding shares. Works out to $51.64. So call it $50 to allow for a few more shares. So the price IBM paid for Confluent, $50 if IBM paid the same thing for Railtown. Okay, then Microsoft. Microsoft has pursued a hybrid strategy. They've done some formal acquisitions alongside large-scale acqui-hires structured to avoid regulatory scrutiny, such as Inflection AI. The real strategic weight lies in Microsoft's platform investments, Azure AI Foundry. And remember, Microsoft was not doing, and I don't think does yet, what Railtown does. If they do, I think that it would still make sense to buy Railtown. Anyway, Azure AI Foundry, Copilot Studio, and Semantic Kernel, which collectively represent the enterprise agentic orchestration layer Microsoft is building organically, while selectively acquiring specialist capabilities at the edges. So in the case of Inflection AI, they wanted the team, Mustafa Suleyman, and they wanted consumer AI, Microsoft AI division, and I guess there's licenses in there. It overlaps Railtown not very much, but it does establish Azure as a model distribution hub for Railtown, and Railtown does access it already. Mistral AI, that's an open weight LLM partner in Europe. It's very low overlap. Railtown's above that layer. Osmos, data integration, no code data pipelines. Well, it's a medium overlap. It's adjacent to Rail Engine's real-time ingestion. Osmos serves batch ETL versus streaming, which is, I think that's significant when you're driving a car. PI Labs, robotics and embodied AI capabilities for Azure ecosystem expansion. This is a low overlap. Robotics and physical AI. It's a different vertical from Railtown's enterprise development tools. Well, that is as may be, but I'm not sure that's an accurate read. But let's leave it, as Donna points out. I'm not always right. Azure AI Foundry. enterprise agentic AI platform, model access, multi-agent orchestration, semantic kernel, MCP support. This is very high overlap. Azure AI's Foundry semantic kernel framework directly competes with Railtrack's ADK. And then NuanceCom is low. It's about healthcare. And Railtown is a horizontal developer platform. Google's M&A strategy reflects two parallel objectives: securing the cloud security and observability infrastructure necessary for trusted enterprise AI development. That was Wiz. And two, talent-led AI capability acquisition in developer tooling, Character AI and Galileo, and next generation compute, Atlantic Quantum. Google has organically built its agentic platform, Gemini Enterprise Agent Space Vertex AI, but relies on acquisitions to fill capability gaps in security and specialized AI tooling. So Target, Character AI, 3 billion almost, low overlap. HTC Vive, 250 million, low. Wiz, cloud native security, multi-cloud observability. This is medium to high. Wiz's multi-cloud observability and governance is adjacent to Conductor, signals premium placed on AI observability. This is good news for us. And Galileo AI is medium developer tooling adjacency. Railtown's ADK targets backend agent logic. And then the bottom, Atlantic Quantum, apparently there's no overlap because quantum compute is completely different. I don't know, but I'll stick with Donna's interpretation of my opinion. Okay, and then this is still Google. The windsurf is on the bottom. We didn't see that on the last page. So they poached Windsurf CEO for Google's DeepMind, and they took the AI coding talent. So anyway, it's a medium overlap. AI coding tools competitive with Railtown's developer productivity positioning. So then, what's Railtown AI's platform profile? Railtown Technologies out of Vancouver is a pre-revenue stage company. And that's what I think is our transformation. I think revenue is going to come on like a brand new puppy dog that looks like that when you come home to say hi. Building an end-to-end agentic AI development platform, low market cap. So the platform component real-time data ingestion. That's Rail Engine. Event-based streaming ingestion engine enables AI agents to act on live enterprise data for context-aware RAG workflows and agent runs. This directly addresses the data in motion bottleneck. IBM paid $11 billion to solve via Confluent, right here. And again, that's $50 a share if something like that happened to us. Agentic Development Framework, that's Railtrack's ADK. That's the Agentic Development Framework. Python native framework to design, orchestrate, and deploy autonomous AI agents, MCP compatible, pre-built tool integrations for rapid agent deployment or development. This is just below my ability to clearly read it. So this competes with Microsoft's semantic kernel, AutoGen, and complements IBM Watson X Orchestrate. Okay, observability and monitoring, that's Conductor. This is advanced observability platform, advanced, for deployed AI agents, health monitoring, performance tracking, reliability analysis, and failure diagnostics. This is adjacent to Google Wiz as a thesis, and it provides visibility into AI workloads being the critical enterprise trust layer. And then there's the sovereign AI infrastructure, and this is a big part of our story. TELUS's partnership, fully sovereign Canadian GPU compute via TELUS AI Factory, Canadian data residency, local governance, secure deployment for regulated sectors. This is a unique differentiator for IBM's government/regulated sector enterprise clients, and it addresses growing non-US sovereign AI demand. And then they have the affiliates ecosystem, 180 AI solution provider affiliates across 13 countries. So it provides IBM, Microsoft, Google channel reach without direct enterprise sale headcount. And here's a chart of the fit. Railtown is in the dark green, if that helps you. But what I get out of this is Railtown pretty much covers developer tools, agentic AI orchestration, observability, data infrastructure, and sovereign enterprise. It doesn't look like it's strongest in cloud security. Well, all right. But it's big in all the hot areas. Or it's a fit anyway, I should say. Here's IBM Watson, which on this page, IBM comes out ahead. So the composite strategic fit score, if IBM were to buy Railtown, it's the best fit, 7.8 out of 10. If Microsoft were to buy it, according to this study, it's the second best fit, 7.6 out of 10. And then Google, it's not as compelling, 6.9 out of 10. It falls just below the strong fit threshold. So here's the matrix. Strategic alignment, acquisition pattern match. The first one, IBM 8.5 high, Microsoft first one 9 high, Google medium. That's IBM's data infra acquisition spree directly mirrors Rail Engine's thesis. Microsoft's agentic AI platform strategy directly uses Railtrax type tooling. Google prefers security observability. That's Wiz. Number 2, product synergy. In other words, does it fill a gap or does it replicate? IBM Watson is 8. That's a high fit. Microsoft Azure AI, 8.5. That's a high fit. Google, medium. Rail Engine fills streaming gap between IBM's HashiCorp plus Confluent Stack and Watson X. Microsoft Copilot Studio lacks native Python native ADK. Google would absorb Conductor into Vertex AI monitoring. Three, sovereign AI fit. IBM Watson 7.5 medium, Microsoft lower medium, Google low. So sovereign AI isn't much of a fit for any of them. IBM's enterprise government verticals benefit most from Canadian sovereign positioning. Microsoft has strong sovereignty messaging, but less regulatory sector concentration. Google Cloud prioritizes multi-cloud scale over sovereignty. Well, okay. 4, valuation logic. And is it feasible, the acquisition price? IBM, high. Microsoft, medium. Google, even lower. IBM's track record of sub 5, see now you're going to get bummed out. Track record of acquisitions under 500 million in AI, acqui-hires like CKI, DataStax, fits Railtown's $63 billion market cap. Microsoft pays significant acqui-hire premiums. Google's current valuation discipline after Wiz makes small cap acquisitions less likely. Well, who knows how long it's going to be a small cap, pal. Number 5, execution risk. Medium for IBM, low for Microsoft, medium for Google. IBM's Wattnex platform integration is complex, but well-resourced. Microsoft Azure AI Foundry integration requires replatforming Railtrax ADK into semantic kernel stack. Google's Vertex AI is technically cleaner for observability. Anyway, you see the composite score. 7.8 for IBM, 7.6 for Microsoft, 6.9 for Google. IBM leads on total enterprise stack fit plus sovereign AI positioning. Microsoft leads on agentic tooling alignment. Google trails because of its preference for mega deals and security first strategy. Well, that could change fairly quickly. So IBM is the strongest strategic case. IBM's acquisition thesis can be summarized as building a vertically integrated enterprise-grade AI data infrastructure stack. And Railtown's platform occupies precisely the middle layer of that stack. IBM's thesis can be summarized as building a vertically integrated enterprise-grade AI data infrastructure stack. Railtown's platform occupies precisely the middle layer of that stack. IBM acquired StreamSets for batch and streaming data ingestion, Confluent for real-time event streaming at scale, DataStax for vector unstructured data serving, and HashiCorp for infrastructure automation. What remains absent in IBM's stack is a purpose-built agentic orchestration and observability layer, the exact problem Railtrack's ADK and Conductor solve. The Confluent acquisition is particularly instructive. IBM paid a 50% premium. Now remember, the rest of this, they're going to be very low. TELUS's revenue injection is going to change this. But for now, we got to deal with what they can see. IBM paid a 50% premium and $11 billion total for data streaming company with approximately $1 billion in ARR. At IBM's demonstrated willingness to pay 11x forward revenue multiples for streaming infrastructure, Railtown's pre-revenue stage represents an early stage acquisition at a fraction of the cost. Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. And the added bonus of TELUS sovereign AI infrastructure access that IBM cannot easily replicate for the Canadian government and regulatory sector clients. The BlackBerry co-founders and Railtown's TELUS partnership provide IBM with instant credibility in Canada, a channel IBM has historically struggled to fully penetrate against Cisco and homegrown Canadian competitors. Microsoft, high overlap and platform competition risk. Microsoft's Azure AI Foundry with semantic kernel and Copilot Studio stack. This is the closest functional equivalent of Railtown's full platform. This creates both the highest strategic alignment and the highest risk of Microsoft viewing Railtown as competition rather than as an acquisition target. However, Microsoft's own internal developer feedback consistently highlights friction in semantic kernel's complexity and the lack of native Python first agentic orchestration for rapid enterprise deployment. Railtrack's ADK, Python native, MCP compatible with pre-built tool integrations, directly addresses this gap. The Microsoft pattern of acqui-hiring rather than formal acquisition, such as Inflection or Windsurf, suggests a path where Railtown's team and platform could be absorbed into Azure AI Foundry without triggering major antitrust review. Microsoft's Azure Marketplace partnership with Railtown, Conductor platform listing, represents an existing commercial relationship which could evolve into deeper integration. And then finally in this study, Google. It's an adjacent fit, but unlikely as a near-term acquirer. Google's acquisition strategy has been dominated by two imperatives: mega deals and talent acquisition, particularly in foundational AI research. Railtown's observability platform has meaningful adjacency to the Wiz thesis. Google paid an extraordinary 46 times ARR for cloud native observability and security, signaling willingness to pay a substantial premium for visibility into enterprise workloads. However, Google's current acquisitions cadence and strategic focus makes a near-term Railtown acquisition unlikely. Post-Wiz integration will absorb significant Google Cloud engineering resources. Google's sovereign AI positioning is weakest among the three because everything is US hosted. So the key insight, IBM's Confluent acquisition, 11 billion, validates the exact market Rail Engine serves. IBM has demonstrated willingness to pay 11x for forward AR, large AR, that's the difference, for streaming data infrastructure. At Railtown's current USD 63 million market cap and pre-revenue stage, an IBM acquisition, now you're going to get shocked, at a 5 to 10x premium would be 300 million to 630 million. And this is within IBM's demonstrated small cap range. I always show you everything. I don't try to manipulate the message, but 630 million is almost, it's essentially $3 a share, and 315 million, it's probably a 150 a share. I'm just using the outstanding shares. Yeah, it's essentially 150 a share. So even at these low numbers, you're looking at $5x to, I don't know, almost 10x, 11x, just on these low numbers. Remember, they can't find the revenue here. That's one of my theses is that the revenue change in this story is going to be huge once TELUS gets to work. So the benchmarks, I don't know if it's worth it going through it. Well, I guess we can. I've got time. Inflection AI, Microsoft, that was 2 years ago, 650 million. This is a close parallel. CKI, IBM, DataStax, IBM, Hakoda, IBM, and they were all small, 50 million, 150 million, 75 million. CKI was the most comparable deal profile, early stage, strategic capability fit, IBM. I'm going to skip down to because the other two are also small. Galileo AI from Google, but it was a small acquisition. It was a specialist AI tooling company. And then Character AI, which was a license, almost 3 billion, upper bound of talent-driven acquisition, shows Google pays significant premiums for core AI talent. Based on this comparable set, a plausible IBM acquisition of Railtown would be structured as a strategic bolt-on in a low range, United States, 150 million, 400 million. I understand an engineer if this were a Microsoft deal, a low-level employee can write a check without going for board approval. I don't know what it is at IBM. The upper end of this range would be justified if it achieves 1 to 2 million in annual revenue. Well, all right, so the upper end, 400 million, if it goes to 2 million. What if it goes to 200 million? Does that mean 4 billion? All right, let me see if I had anything more to show you, but I'm not sure I do. There is more, but I think I already showed you that. Oh no, that's the, we could go over that. We could definitely go over that. One of you guys sent me, I don't think this would take very long, but one of you guys sent me the updated NextBridge prospectus, the red hair, it's the, I guess you can call it the red herring, but it's kind of pre-red herring. It's the one that they're still working on for this 40 million share offering for NextBridge. And I think it's pretty exciting. I sent, not that it's that important, I don't have that many shares, but I had physical shares of NextBridge that I used to show you, but last week I mailed them to the transfer agent. Not so much because you have to, but it's free. It just costs you the, the envelope, and I think I did it certified mail, so it costs whatever that cost. But it puts my shares into electronic form at the transfer agent, which gives me two things. One, if the company ever starts trading, I can move the shares. I maybe sell them there or move them to a brokerage house. I hope the hell that the company never starts trading. If they do, it'll get destroyed. And that's what Wall Street's waiting for. But the second thing is, for me right now, I don't want to have to worry about those certificates. If I, suddenly become footloose and fancy free, I don't have to worry about them. So that's why I sent them in. But I still think everybody should move to NextBridge if they can. This shouldn't take too long because I'm not going to read every bloody line. I'm just going to, and I didn't take a picture of everything. I just took what I thought was relevant it was a long document. So here's the use of proceeds. We intend to use the net proceeds we receive from this offering. I wish I could make that bigger, to repay the full $6 million Panther Bridge note, which bears at 18%, and a balloon payment. And second, we intend to repurchase all the outstanding shares of our Series A preferred stock at you can buy it at the per share price plus some unpaid dividends. And I really can't read it very clearly, so I'm going to skip it. But so they're going to buy back the note and buy back the preferred, which cleans everything up. I think that's great. But it also means money is going primarily to Greg, which I think is fine because he's carried everything. This is the document. It was dated January 23rd. It's now dated April, I think that says 13, it might say 15. And you get the same letterhead, same people. So they're just updating it. And again, they're subject to completion. I think it says April 13th. And this, without getting in the weeds on it, because I can barely read it, but sort of on this top line in the middle right here, you can see that it's indicating they're going to offer 40 million shares of common stock. They don't know the price. And also down here on this line, you can see it's Roth Capital Partners in the middle of the page. All right, so I move to the business discussion. We are an energy company engaged in the acquisition, exploration, exploitation, and/or development of oil and natural gas properties in the United States. Primary focus has been the development of interests in oil and gas project we hold in the Oro Grande Basin in West Texas. The leases expired 2 Decembers ago. In addition, we may consider various strategic options, including partner with third parties. We have a bunch of subsidiaries: Torchlight, Hudpeth, Torchlight Hazel, Hudpeth Operating, Wolfbone, Wildcat Panther, Wildcat Valentine, Wildcat Cowboy, and Wildcat Packer. And then they have a bunch of minor interests on the edge of the Midland Basin and in Oklahoma. They have experienced people, but they have no employees. They use a lot of consulting, and I think that's just fine. Considering the shorts threatened all their people. All right, I can barely read this. The business process, they talk about how they go through and screen things. Investment evaluation review, operation and field activities, and administration and finance management. As of the end of last year, we had interests in 3 oil and gas projects: Hazel, the Oklahoma properties, and the Wildcat projects. This is their financials. I don't think we have to spend a lot of time on it because the revenues, the values are all minuscule. The totals here in the middle, end of December 25, $5 million. That's the costs of acquisition. Yeah, anyway, it's just not very big. I think they have other things in mind. So I think this is a valuation, which seems to be a write-off to me. I'm not an accountant, and I can barely read this. I'm going to skip it. Um, these are the Oklahoma properties they list. Again, I hardly think it's worth focusing because it's so tiny. I think they're going to get involved in, to my memory, a Peons project, which will be cash flow. Again, here's the Oklahoma here, Hazel. This is all Hazel, but it's all small. It's just tiny. I'm sure it keeps some of the lights on. And you come to the bottom of it, the total for 25. Now I can't read at the top. But again, the revenues for 25 are just so small. It's just so small. They sold oil at $64, gas at $2. Okay. This is update on some of the legal situation. The this plaintiff brought claims against the company and Peace. That's interesting. And against John Berta, Greg McCabe, violations of Sarbanes-Oxley. They go after the CEOs, but it's the shorts that did this, not the CEOs. The Sherman Act. There's another one here. A breach of fiduciary responsibility, claims against the officers, Meta. Of course. I mean, it's just lawyers. This is just lawyers trying to get a settlement payday. And they don't go against the shorts because they can't fight those attorneys. So this describes a note 22 with Mr. McCabe. If I read it correctly, it's about 11. No. It's about $3 million. Anyway, it doesn't interest me that much because I think he should get paid back. Gross profit. $207,000, but it looks like that was a loss of $207,000. It's just, this is keeping it clean for this offering, and it'll be interesting to see what assets he brings in when he raises the money. Cash flows are negative. But you can see the numbers. Cash flow from used in investing activities, 5 million compared to 800,000. But it says negative 5 million. But that was 24. Cash flows used in operating activities and in investing activities. Cash flows from financing. Anyway, a lot of small losses, it looks, or small uses. When they raise money, they're going to be spending a lot more money than that, hopefully. It's a working capital deficit, which I just can't read. I'm having a hard time reading. I didn't realize these would be that small. Neither of McCabe's have any economic interest in Panther Bridge. Panther Bridge has multiple outside investors. And then in the middle of this paragraph, Panther Well was declared to be a dry hole last year. Unpaid interest on the Panther Bridge note looks to be, if my eyesight's not failing me, looks to be $403,000. Here's the number of securities. For options. And I guess they're going to exercise those. The 22 plan is our only equity compensation plan, but it seems like they're going to exercise them maybe before this offering. I'm not positive, but it's not a huge amount on a percentage basis. I circled this because McCabe didn't take his salary. Roger Wartell, Clifton Dubois, Lucas Hawkins, Delivina, Oaklers. Those three, the last three, don't seem to be working there anymore. And Greg didn't take his salary. The 5% shareholders, Greg McCabe, and then other insiders are listed there, but the guy with more than 5%, in fact, 27.5% in the red. I guess the update is 26.49%. And that might be after the warrants were exercised. He has 70 million shares, which are all at NextBridge, by the way, all at the transfer agent. The company declined to exercise to participate in the Valentine mineral acreage magnetar, but they did keep a small working interest, and they got a spud fee, it looks like. So that's smart, I think, since they have no money to spend around. The Series A preferred stock, I just really can't read that. We know it's being bought back, so let's ignore it. That's not clear to me. So another claim. They're fighting them everywhere. Thank God for Greg. There's an appeal still pending. negligence, FINRA. And then there's Ari Rubenstein. GTSS Securities. Nightmare. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. All right, Panther Bridge note. The Panther well was declared to be a dry hole, which we already covered. Greg McCabe signed. It's April 13th, and he seems to be the only guy signing. And that's it for that. I think I have a couple more small things, but I can't tell because it's so small. But I'll take a chance and see what it is. It should be quick. It's two charts. So this chart is Railtown. This was yesterday. And yesterday, if I read that, I would have assumed the stock might have been weak today. This yellow is the resistance, which comes right up to the 20-day moving average. And then, you have to recognize there's always risk. On one day they spike it down to here, which I think they already did. But today's action, we're above that. So I'm not sure if we're fully above the resistance or not, but it certainly was good action today. Obvious stopping points are here where we are, and then maybe here 37.75, maybe here is at 38, hard to read, and then of course right up here in the 40 range. But I also, even though it's up, it may go up in kind of like these other 45-degree angle moves. And this one, I think, yeah, this is the stock I told you about down here, Contango. I said it could go 10 points. And it has all of a sudden. It's gone from 16, 17, and it's on the move. And I think it'll fill this gap up here, maybe $31. Anyway, you don't have to play it. I kind of wish I had bought 2 or 3 calls on it. It'd be fun. But I think money is better placed. Across the board, I think money's better placed in Railtown. Okay, so I did ask about IBM. IBM's AI strategy is centered on enterprise AI, trusted, governed, hybrid AI, which helps companies build and run agents, automate workflows, and unlock value from their data. IBM's own roadmap points to more capable, efficient, and eventually empathic, responsible agents, while Watson X is positioned as the core platform for building, governing, and deploying those systems. So are they buyers? Yes, IBM has been actively buying AI adjacent companies and technology to fill gaps in data, automation, consulting. We went through these: HashiCorp, Katoda, DataStax, and CKI, each tied to IBM's broader push around hybrid cloud, data readiness, AI agents, and enterprise delivery. IBM's acquisition pattern suggests it likes buying products or teams that strengthen the stack around data, governance, automation, and enterprise delivery, rather than only frontier models. Railtown looks directionally relevant because Railtown sells an agent development platform with three pieces which map well to IBM's current interests: real-time ingestion, agent development, and observability. This overlaps with IBM's focus on agentic AI, data flow, and governed enterprise deployments. So the products could be complementary rather than redundant. The best strategic fit would likely be if IBM wanted to deepen its developer-facing agent stack, improve observability and production control for agents, or add a Canadian enterprise AI product with sovereign/secure positioning. The biggest question is not technical fit, but whether IBM sees Railtown as unique enough versus building similar capabilities themselves around Watson X and consulting. Patrick Horgan is a notable connection point because he spent his career at IBM and later joined Railtown's advisory board, which gives Railtown some IBM-linked credibility and familiarity with enterprise implementation culture. That does not mean IBM is interested in buying Railtown, but it does make Railtown easier to understand from IBM's perspective and could help with introductions or strategic conversations. Overall view, my read is IBM could be a plausible acquirer, but not the most obvious one unless Railtown proves strong traction in enterprise agent orchestration, observability, or regulated market deployments. The product overlap is real enough to suggest strategic complementarity, and Horgan's IBM background makes the relationship more believable, but there is no public evidence that IBM is currently pursuing Railtown. There's not a lot of public evidence on anything. And I should point out to you, I guess I can do it here. No, I can't. So I got to do it here. But why can't I? There we go. If IBM did buy Railtown, one thing I point out to you is they have a 2.75% dividend. It's not as high as TELUS, but that's a nice dividend. They pay $1.68 quarterly. They're not going to pay $244 for us, but if they paid $50 for us, we'd get one share of IBM for every 5 shares of Railtown. And that'd be a nice dividend. But anyway, we're a long way from that. I'm just going to quickly see. I don't think we're going to be going to war anymore. So I think we've survived that risk. I hope. Yeah, doesn't seem like there's anything on the war front. So it's 5:33. Let me see. There might be a couple of comments. Corny, hi Corny. Dear Mr. William, I'm writing you today at the referral of Rick, Railtown Investment on stock trades. I'd appreciate if you could provide guidance on the appropriate next steps. Thanks. Okay, let me think about what you're asking me. I guess all I can tell you, Corny, is what I would do. I don't know your, I don't know your financial picture, but I would think the next step with Railtown is for each of us to buy as much of it as we can. And I would suggest that Railtown is in the speculative category as defined by most research platforms. That's where I would put it. Basically, there's high risk speculative growth and income, but everybody has different ways of calling it. High risk speculative. Growth is all I remember, but it could be, your mid caps, and then the highest one is blue chips, but investment grade. But anyway, you get the picture. I don't think Railtown is the lowest of the low on the investment grid, but Railtown still is under $5. It's even under $1. It is subject to the pressures. To call it pressure from short sellers, we just walk into their trap because they say short selling is cleansing, retail is speculators, and it's bigger than short selling. It's an organized crime committed probably by 25 to 50 men and maybe 100. It's not very big. But they got the attorneys, they got the regulators, they got the money, they got the stock loan departments, they got the so-called money, the guys that the money, the market makers, and which don't really, but they got it all lined up. And they've got the computers that automatically sell. And that pressure has been on Railtown all along. One of the great gifts that we have with Railtown is that it was already public because they needed money. So they went public before this great awareness of what AI was, I guess. Or the aha moment caused by ChatGPT. But anyway, we're also lucky they came down to the United States, set up on the over-the-counter, but they didn't take any money. So there's no toxic financing setup that, like an Ari Rubenstein or his clients, are dedicated to destroy and steal. There isn't anything like that. So we're lucky about that. We're lucky it's public. We're lucky they didn't take any money. And I would argue we're further fortunate that the automatic sell programs of the computers kicked in gear last February 8th when the company announced MOU, LOI, acquisition, a few weeks, Canaccord Genuity exclusive, all in the headline. These are things that the sell side computers just turn on. They just sell stock they don't own, they don't locate, and they can't deliver. And they sell it in size because their goal is either to break up the deal because the company being acquired say this isn't what we agreed to because the value went down, or which they win then, or when they see Canaccord Genuity, who's notorious for being a funnel for the shorts. Not everybody there. That's the problem. Most people on Wall Street don't even recognize it, but they see Canaccord Genuity. So the other thing, if they drive the price down and the company needs to raise money, which is the computers assume to get it done, well, if the CEOs keep the deal together, the price is lower. Canaccord does a financing, toxic probably, at a much lower price. And they call their clients, well, one of them or two of them or three of them will be these short sellers. And they just cross it and boom, fees for everyone, makes Canaccord money, makes the company raises a little bit of money. And if it's toxic, they get destroyed, as you've seen over and over. And the short covers. So that's what happened February 8th. It started. And it's been computerized hell ever since. And their goal is day by day mining of a penny, half a penny, a tenth of a penny, a hundredth of a penny. And they do it over and over and over again. And the trades are hidden. There's no audit of them. It's, it's the nightmare we're in. However, the delays with Railtown were first delays in knowing about what's going on, because one of the things that the heaviness, the shorts, it's working to their advantage, is insiders and knowledgeable people cannot buy the stock. And institutions, they can't buy the stock. There isn't a word for it because quiet period technically refers to the time around an earnings announcement, but quiet period is indeed what's gone on for over a year. First, it was to get the AIP network purchased. They closed that in November, so that's finished, but it took a long time. And there was some urgency as we went, which I believed, but it turned out that the lawyers and regulators and just the general, I don't know, the general approach, it just took a while. But the deal came in about 600,000, to my memory, let's call it 500,000 shares cheaper to the company to close the deal than originally proposed. So that strategy of selling endless stock just didn't work. In fact, it was slightly better at closing. Not that that makes much of a difference in a per share price, but it shows that the company did not get hoodwinked by that criminal element that sometimes works through Canaccord Genuity and elsewhere. They did a really good job of acquiring that company. It cost them about $20 to $25 million, depending. It gets boring to convert from Canadian to US, but there is a 25% difference in the two currencies. Anyway, say it costs them $25 million. They could make that back in 9 months of revenue from the TELUS data center, making that acquisition on that basis brilliant. So they issued, essentially 49 million shares, 49.5 million shares. And if they do 40 million in their first full year of revenue, if you allow me to just round it up a bit, they essentially sold that stock at $1 a share if you count that first year's revenue as the purchase price, if it happens. But then that revenue lasts for the next 20 years, 30 years. And that's all just from moving the money that the 200 companies spend. These are all AI companies selling AI as a service. So they build AI agents on top of data centers, and they pay the hyperscalers for all that compute power. They're probably spending, I don't know what they're spending now. According to an interview that Rebecca Kurzweil did, it's over 100 million when it was 160 companies. But if we just focus on 2028, I think you can anticipate that just those a network of companies could be spending 250 million in 2028. And if you use a 20% number, that's 40 to 50 million in revenue from that by acquiring that network. The guys that founded the network, they're the four guys, I'm just trying to remember, but I think it's accurate to say they are all part of either the advisory board at Railtown now, or they're the director of corporate being. I don't know, whatever the title is Dr. Tom Core has. It's a good title. So anyway, they're all committed. They own a lot of stock in Railtown, obviously, because they sold their company, but they're all part of the brain trust now. So that's one source of revenue that they control, and we should start seeing evidence of it. That revenue goes to other hyperscalers now. The control they have is encouraging all of those companies to move that to the TELUS data center at Rimouski, the sovereign AI factory. And whenever TELUS finally gets around to rolling out their data center in a big way, it's open, but I don't think they've had the full-on bang the drum, blow the horns, bring out the models that lean against the computers, and the mellifluously voiced announcer saying, hey, we're open for business. They haven't done that yet. When they do, that 40 or 50 million in revenue should become visible almost right away to analysts, institutions, and to public-facing analysts, but also to the analysts inside of companies that might acquire the company. I would expect that the TELUS data center heavy opening, it's already open, but the more promotional opening could happen Monday, but it could be the next Monday, the following Monday. I tell you when it's going to happen. When I finally get the shares I've been trying to get since September and am able to transfer them and sell them so I can buy a little bit, pay some things and then buy some Railtown, it's going to already have happened. But that's one source of revenue. The second source of revenue is the customers of TELUS themselves. And the CEO, Entwistle, has twice, one earnings call mentioned Railtown as a partner, second earnings call didn't, but they both times he said, our goal by 2028 is to do $2 billion in revenue from our AI enabling technologies. Well, what are they? It's their data centers and their stacks. And Railtown has an arrangement with TELUS. We don't know the arrangement. But if instead of using 2 billion, allowing for the fact that we don't know what all, and just use 1 billion, and then use my split target of 20%. It could be 15%, it could be 30%. But I just use 20%. We don't know. That's 200 million from that source of revenue. So you've got 40, 50 million in 2028, and maybe 200 million or more, 250, 300, coming from the TELUS customers just on that one TELUS data center. It's 100% margin. It's therefore cash flow, and it's profit. That's from one data center. And TELUS has a 1-year head start on Canada's sovereign AI factories. There will be others. And the question becomes, is the orchestration layer, which Railtown has, soup to nuts, rail tracks, conductor, rail engine, is that the best? I think it is. Is it the first? I think it is. Is it the one that all data center stacks and perhaps distributed GPU strategies and the space satellites, is maybe even the computer chip stacks themselves? Is this going to be the premier data orchestration, whatever you want to call it, orchestration, inference, observability, real-time layer? They're all learning new terms for it. But I believe Railtown is going to be the best. And I think the TELUS data center is going to prove that concept. So you're going to have a company going from essentially zero revenue. It's not true. And from zero customers, that's not true either. But just so small, it's not even worth talking about. You're going to have 2 proof of concepts, Uniserve and TELUS. When TELUS starts bringing their customers over to the Rimouski data center, which is 1/3 of the cost of all other data centers, it's green, it's sovereign, it's the AI Canada story that the government, the think tanks, Wall Street, business, the Ontarios and Edmonton, the provinces are all behind. When that starts coming, Railtown's revenue and customer base are going to go from zero to vertical very quickly, in my judgment. And the thing to know is the TELUS data center has the best NVIDIA stack available right now. And Railtown is built to scale. Railtown can go from 100 customers to 100,000 to 1 million to 10 million, I suppose to 100 million, with no additional spending, no additional heavy engineering work. It'll scale. So you could see revenue grow from TELUS from invisible to full on in everybody's face around the world. It'd be like I don't know. I can't think of a thing that woke up the world recently. But that scenario of proving the concept and revenue growth is going, 2 things are going to happen. One is this quiet period, which was closing of AIP, but then during that period, Railtown came in and did an agreement of some kind with TELUS. And it's extended the quiet time. Well, I think a lot of people take it negatively that Langchain and others are getting the jump, which in some ways they are. Langchain is valued last summer for $530 equivalent price to Railtown, and I don't think it's as good a product, but that's yet to be seen, I suppose. But the delay isn't, in my judgment, for bad reasons. It's because all of a sudden the floodgates are coming. This space is the hottest space, according to when you Google it. And it's the most in demand for acquisitions, but also for license, for contracts, license, use. We want to use it. User agreements, I guess, is what you call it. So the quiet period is continued, if I can call it that, but I think that's about to come to an abrupt end. So as soon as this TELUS monster comes out of the box, in a good way, of course, two things are going to happen. The suppression of buying is going to be lifted. Now, I think the stock's going to crab walk up because a lot of institutions can't buy a stock under $1. I think the heaviness and the shorts will still, because their goal is each day. Our goal is bigger than that. And so you might have some volatility getting from 30 cents to $5.50 or over $5 bid. But once the stock's over $5 on the bid on volume, I think it's $10 or $15 in a heartbeat because everybody can buy it. So that, I think, is what's ahead when you lift the prohibition on insiders and whales and family offices and institutions buying the stock because of this quiet period. Also, the revenues are going to prove the concept, and I think you're going to see everybody jumping on board. That's just from TELUS. Uniserv could do the same thing. It's much smaller, but analysts can extrapolate. And it's a lot like the gold company that many people are here in, or a different gold company that I raised money for, but the CEO it just has has a different way of caretaking a company, but it's akin to a gold resource, which no one really understands or knows. But if you're an early investor and you know that, for example, there's 50 million tons of resource that could be 200 million tons, and you know the recovery is 0.2 ounces of gold per ton, but there's a little bit of execution risk and nobody's following it. As soon as it's proven that it comes in at 0.25 ounces of gold per ton, and in fact, it could be 200 million ounces, but from what you've drilled, it's 100 million tons. At 100 million tons, all of a sudden you've got 25 million ounces of gold, and you multiply it by 5,000, and you got 125 billion in revenue. That kind of arithmetic, any analyst can do once the results are in, which is what a pilot plant does. Any analyst can do it. A stockbroker can do it. The grade school teacher could give it to his class as a project, and they could do it. But nobody knows about it right now. So that gives you the opportunity to buy. It's very similar here with Railtown. Nobody in the investment world, the analysts, the ones that do can't do anything with it. But nobody out there knows it. So we're going to come to a point where TELUS proves, in my judgment, this is the thesis, that TELUS proves that this orchestration layer, to call it that, the best one, is the critical piece that makes the user's experience superb right out of the box, and it makes revenue for TELUS and all the AI companies who sell the services. In other words, it turns this huge data compute capacity from a lump of investment into productive, powerful, revenue generating, and growing AI solutions, software solutions. The world's biggest industry. So my point is, just like I gave the simplistic example of a gold resource, when you have this A to Z orchestration layer that does everything with IP, and it's proven on top of the TELUS data center, analysts will sit down and say, well, what's the capacity at Rimouski? Is it 2 billion or is it bigger? Is it 5 billion? And it's growing. And what about the Kamloops data center behind it? And Railtown, what's their deal? Well, we're not allowed to say, but we kind of know. I don't know what it is. Assume it's 20%. Well, they can say, well, they're going to do 3 billion a year out of this data center by the end of 2030. At 2%, that's 600 million in revenue. How many shares do they have outstanding? They can do these calculations like this. And that's what's going to happen. But right now, nobody knows those things. Just like with the gold company, some people know it. Investors know it. But there's still that moment of proof, which is run 27 tons of material every day for 90 days, 6 months, and get the gold. Weigh the gold. It's the same with Railtown. Railtown has to run at the TELUS data center. The NVIDIA chip has to work. Railtown has to work. And the revenues, which will be monthly, have to accumulate and grow. And any analyst can do the arithmetic. And that's when the story just changes virtually overnight. So that's, we're waiting for the end of what I call a quiet period and for proof of concept of revenue at TELUS and at Uniserve. We're waiting for that. And I think because I'm trying to buy shares, and I think the soonest I'll be able to buy them is 2 weeks from now. I think it's going to happen before the 2 weeks, and in a big way. So that's the next step we're waiting for. While this is happening already, in posts given by the company, there's these things called hackathons going on. And 2 or 3 weeks ago, both Dr. Kaur and another guy from, I think, MIT posted that after the first hackathon at some conference, something like 2,500 users signed up for rail tracks that night. It's all free because it's promotional. But the feedback I've heard is extremely positive in the chat rooms. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it is at least conceivable that developers, there's 30 million developers in the world. It's conceivable that developers will spread the story by word of mouth, and the growth in use could skyrocket very quickly. And if they put a metric or a panel, 3 or 4 choices of usage, like 3 questions for free, and then basic for, I don't know, $20, and pro for $200, and max for $2,000 a month. I have no idea what gets charged to development teams, but the point is they're going to at some point price tag it. That's in their update that they just gave to the Canadian Stock Exchange. So if they start making revenue, it'll be monthly, and that becomes another proof of concept and another series of both arithmetic and mathematics, I guess, to extrapolate how quickly and how big it could grow. That'll be in research reports, both public and private. That, I think, is going on right now. I have absolutely no idea how quickly or how broadly rail tracks is being accepted, but and installed. But that's another thing going on now. And if it catches fire, that could be at any point. When does the whispering and excitement of, what's that pop band out of Korea that did 100 million downloads? I can't quite remember it. I can see it. But it went from nobody knew him to all of a sudden everybody knew him. What is that transition? I don't know. But anyway, that's going on right now, that potential growth. I don't know any other sources of revenue that are pending, except to say that it's a small world. The sovereign AI factory that TELUS has a 1-year head start with is NVIDIA, it's HPE. It may be either Cohere, Anthropic, or OpenAI, but we don't know who the large language model will be. And then there might be some other people involved as well, but that's what we know. So that broadens the awareness of Railtown's revenue to NVIDIA at a minimum, and maybe one of those large language companies, and to TELUS. Railtown's already embedded with Microsoft, so I assume they're going to know Microsoft's going to sense the increased usage of GitHub and the rest. And then they've got a partnership with IBM and with AMD. These could translate. So word of mouth can accelerate. Word of developers to developers in chat rooms, and agents telling other agentic AI tools telling other agentic AI tools. I think it can go at the speed of a greyhound. So anyway, that's happening now, but it's in the background, so we don't know about it. So what are the next steps? I think the next steps is TELUS /Uniserve. That will open buying but it might be slowly at first because of the low price. But maybe not. It could jump up right away. There'll be research. If a group like Mavericks, which is John Ruffalo's group, or OMERS, which was John Ruffalo's and Mike Norbreira's pension fund, if each of those came in, or Mavericks, OMERS Ventures, and OMERS each came in for 5% of the company, I think you'd see a $10 stock in a heartbeat. So those are going to be almost on-off switches in perception of what Railtown has, what the revenue could be. Once the quietness is lifted, you're going to see research reports. I bet the company gets buyout offers, and I used to be worried that the company would sell for $500 million or $1 billion. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think, again, fortuitously, from last June to now, I think the money has moved from, I guess models is what the research I just showed you, but moved from sort of capturing some of the easy stuff out to the infrastructure stuff, like Railtown. And there's a bunch of competitors, but there's nothing as good or complete as Railtown. Nothing. And there's nothing as public as Railtown. Google has Google ADK, but you can't buy it. Langchain is in a private placement funnel. And, this you can buy. So what do I summarize the timing? I think the stock will move before I can buy it. So I would say within 3 weeks. And am I wrong? Yeah, I've been wrong. As Donna pointed out, my opinion on things is worthless. I've been wrong on the timing of this since last June. Maybe earlier. But the magnitude of the move, I don't think I'm wrong on. So could it be, instead of April, could it be May? Sure. It could be May. Absolutely. It could take until May. Could it be June? Yeah, it could be. But once it starts, there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. There just isn't. And so I don't know what's the next steps. I would guess the next step, plausibly, would be that TELUS does some sort of big rollout of its data center. There's been no evidence of this, but it's sitting there virtually unused and it's ready to go. And they have a head start. Once that happens, if I'm right, that's going to put all the material, non-public information out in the public domain. So the quiet period's over. And then we just let the magic of, pools of money, VCs, private equity, companies, wealth managers, retail sales force falling all over each other to buy the one, perhaps it's the only one, publicly available orchestration / observability / inference / whatever Conductor does. Framework. Real-time framework. It's the only one you can buy publicly. And I think it's going to be bought up in size. And I think the shorting of selling of shares that don't exist is going to stop. How long does this next step take? Well, I don't think it's happening this week. And if something doesn't happen sort of Monday, Tuesday next week, it won't happen next week. My view is if TELUS is going to roll something out, they're going to do it at the beginning of a week. If it gets to the last week of April, it might be, why not wait until May? But there's 2 conferences coming up, and TELUS is going to be at both of them. So it could be sooner than that. I don't know. Anyway, I hope that answers the next steps. I think the price is going to, the price could go straight up from the start, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be a battle to get above 1, a battle to get up 2, battle to get above 3, 4, 5. Once the bid gets above 5 in size, I think the stock goes to $10 or $15. Now, Tony the Tiger made fun of me with his sidekick, Platinum Blonde, when I said that. But I said that a year ago, almost a year ago. And I still stand by it. The reason is that there's no stock for sale of this company. Nobody's selling stock. Nobody's selling real stock. There may be an occasional person here who says, William's full of shit, I'm selling. But as a percentage, that's very small. None of the insiders, none of the whales, none of the big buyers are selling. The only selling comes from this fake computer program selling, which for some reason is allowed. That'll stop. When it gets above $5, they still play up in there, but it's harder to make money. And that, so in large part, that'll stop. I don't think there's any stock available. And so in other words, if the stock goes to $556, don't sell it, because the people are going to be whispering to you, hey, you don't go broke taking a profit. Well, you do, because they're going to give you some other bum rush idea that's going to steal your money. Just stick with it, at least long enough to read research reports and decide. But if you sell, your position is a good position, but let's say you have 10,000 shares and you sell it at 650 thinking, wow, I made so much money. When it pulls back, I'll buy it back. Well, it might pull back to 575 or 550. And if you're daring enough to put in the order, you put it in for 10,000 shares, you might only get filled for 1,000. And then it starts to climb and you're reluctant to just bid against yourself. And the next thing you know, it's $11 and you've only repurchased 2,000 shares. And now to get your full position of 10,000, you got to buy 8,000 shares at 11. You put it in and it might move it to 13.5. There's no stock available. Now the Platinum Blonde made fun of me. Wait, I thought if you bought it, you could sell it. And if you sell it, you can buy it back. Wait, I don't understand. And Tony, the turtlenecked tiger, said, yeah, right. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. This stock, if this company's product is capable of generating the revenues that it looks like it can, you're not going to want to sell this stock. And that's going to be even more so if it moves $20, $25, $30 a share, and you're going to feel like, wow, that's great. But when you sell, you got to pay taxes, unless it's in an IRA. If you wait for, let's say, IBM to buy it at $35 a share, you don't pay any taxes until you sell IBM. But you might not want to sell IBM. And then when you're in IBM, there's things we can do depending on the volatility to sell calls and buy puts to try to hedge the downside if there's a correction. But Anyway, that's my best description of the next steps. Uh, I think it could start next week. It doesn't feel like it though. So I don't have my calendar. I think next week is the 20th, I think. Yeah. And then there's the 27th. I, next week is a pretty good target for things to start, but it doesn't feel like it to me for some reason. But the stock's starting to peak up a little bit. I don't know. Could be next week. If it's not next week, I would say the Cinco de Mayo is on Tuesday. Cinco de Mayo is on Tuesday. Let's pick that. Cinco de Mayo is when the 5th. That's when it'll start. Cinco de Mayo. Buenas tardes, amigo. Hola, my good friend. Cinco de Mayo's on Tuesday. And I'd hoped we'd see each other then again. A bunch of weird sounding music. You killed my brother last winter. You shot him 3 times in the back. In the night, I still hear Mama weeping. Oh, Mama still dresses in black. I looked at every a bunch of weird music. I looked at every fiesta. For you, I wanted to greet. Maybe I'd sell you with chicken, with poison interlaced with the meat. Bunch of music. You look like my brother. Mama loved him the best. He was head honcho with the ladies. Mama always said he was blessed. Bunch of bad music. The village all gathered around him. They couldn't believe what they saw. I said it was you that had killed him, and that I'd find you and upstand the law. Bunch of bad music. The people of the village believed me. Mama, she wanted revenge. I told her that I'd see that she was honored. I'd find you and put you to death. More bad music. So now that I've found you, on this such a joyous day, I tell you, it was me who killed him. But the truth I'll never have to say. More bad music. Buenas tardes, amigo. Hola, my good friend. Cinco de Mayo's on Tuesday, and I'd hoped we'd see each other again. Yes, I hoped we'd see each other again. All right, so Courtney, that's all I have for your next steps. Um, um, it could come as soon as next week. I like the Cinco de Mayo angle. Why don't you plan on it coming the first week of May, so you won't be discouraged. You won't be on eggshells for the next 2 weeks. If it comes sooner, it comes sooner. I've noticed that TELUS is just a bureaucracy beyond compare. And so for me to tell you that I would have thought they'd like to get started in the first quarter, it would have made perfect sense, but they didn't. And for me to tell you that they probably want to get started in the second quarter and maybe by the first half of the second quarter might make perfect sense, but they really are World Bank slow at TELUS. I don't think that works in our disfavor. Don't get worried about it. Because once it gets going, boy, there's nothing going to stop it. There just won't be anything to stop it if I'm right. And I think I am. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying it. Cinco de Mayo is on Tuesday. Hola, my good friend. Oh, wow. You guys got some smart people out there. One of your smartest members lives in San Diego, and he just showed me that April 29th to the 30th in Canada, they're going to have Discovery X. This is the Enercare Center, 100 Princes, multiple Princes Boulevard, Exhibition Place, Toronto. I think I've been in that building for the mining conference. It looks familiar anyway. So I'd love to get up there. Keynote speakers, Jeffrey Hinton, Nobel Prize laureate and godfather of AI, the University of Toronto. Natasha Walji, managing director, Google Canada. Christian Weedbrook, CEO, Xanadu Quantum Technologies. I think there might be in our network, or they're something to do with BlackBerry. I recognize that name. Sean Silkoff, technology reporter, Globe and Mail. Wow, Globe and Mail. The 2026 speakers, Mr. Hermat Agrawal, Director of Products at TELUS AI Factory. Director of Products, like FireXI. And the next one is Mr. Zishan Ali, partner. Washington or Wintergreen or Worthington Ventures. Can't read it. And then Ms. Gillian Batcher, founder, Goldsmith. I guess. And then Mr. Shreyas Becker, co-founder of something, Kabashan Kali, I can't read it. Udit Bhatnagar, partner, Murdoch Capital. Dr. Neil Blackburn, senior doctor, PS and AD, OmniBio or something, Omnibato. And then we have Simon Bourgeois, Simon Bourgeois, Chief Executive Officer, Member.co. And then we have Fehan Balka, Director of the Board, Magic Local Angels. Then we have Jenny Lou Campbell, Executive Director, Ingenious Center of Excellence for Mineral Development. Then we have Maura Campbell, President of QBQ. Then we have Vincent Caron, Vice President Policy of Ontario Chamber of Commerce. Then we have Siobhan Chin, CEO of Flink. Then we have Ms. Shivani Choitalia, founding partner, something. Then we have Danny Chrysidis, Senior Director of SOC Architecture at ARM. Then we have Mrs. Glenda Crisp, President and CEO of Vector Institute. We have Igor Kunha, Business Development at Ontario Center of Innovation. And then we have Peter Del Blanco, CEO and founder of Paluna Investments. We have Sabyachi Dagupta, head of R&D, data platforms at Sanofi. Mr. Angel Del Duca, board member, Angel Ventures. David Duplessis, principal, Amazon Web Services. James Kirkpatrick, business development lead, Lockheed Martin Marietta. I think has Marietta. Anya Gertz, founder, Palma Software. Mr. Ankar Gill, CEO of something. Cherry Hart, CEO, Cheryl Hart, CEO of OnTask Strategies. Vincent Yusuf, Helwa, CEO of something AI Medical. Daniel Hengveld, Vice President of Toronto Global. Donna Heslin, Manager, Small Business, City of Mushanga. Ms. Shai Christine Hill, Vice President, Arcadis. Dr. Louisa Ho, Senior Program Analyst, Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council. Hadi Ismail, CEO, SwiftRex. Quaner Johal, co-founder, Super Wake. Jeffrey Johnstone, director, GM Deference Canada. Jacqueline Jones, initiatives officer, Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario. Michael Jones, Business Development and Commercialization Manager, Ontario Center of Innovation. Miss Fatima Kamtova, Director, Startups, Vector Institute. Ms. Neha Kara, Managing Partner, IRV Fund. Mr. Jeff King, Manager, Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. Claudia Kriwak, President and CEO of Ontario Venture Center of Invention. Ian Lane, Executive Director, Northern Ontario. Greg Layson, Digital and Mobile Editor, Automotive News. Ryan Lepsky, Northern Development Advisor, Ministry of Northern Economic Development and Growth. Chitman Lohab, Business Development, Ontario Center of Innovation. Stephanie Lorio, Chief Strategy Officer. Robert Luke, CEO, Campus Ontario. Melissa Maloney, co-founder, AWL Partners. Ashwin Mathur, Shangla Hotel, General Manager. Jovan Matic, Ontario Ministry of Health. Kyle McCall, CM Director. Nevin McDonald, Board Chair, Agricultural Research and Innovation, Ontario. Mr. Michael Millar, CEO, Vector Health. Miss Renee Miss Rainey Mystery, Investor, BDC. Mr. Ramaz Mohammed, Mr. Nanda Najarian, Outreach, Scientific Experimental Development. Mr. Ivan Nadia, Portfolio Development, Energy, Chemicals, Infrastructure. Mr. Jeff Neeson, President, Mr. Jeff Nelson, Nelson Industrial. Ms. Cheryl Nicholson, Chief Operating Officer, Intellectual Property, Ontario. Adam Nicolou, Manager, Ontario Technology. Greg Alpha, CEO, Windmill Farms. Mr. Dumitru Olaru, Intellectual Property Advisor. Mr. Paul Polentau, CEO, Intellectual Property, Ontario. Ms. Laura Payne, CEO, White Toupee. Teresa Quick, Chief Revenue Officer, Novmera Inc. Arshaya Rafat, Director, Health, Generic Health. Mr. Tarak Ram, CEO, Robotics. Diego Ramirez, Senior Manager, Cyber Intelligence. Mr. Anj Rastorji, Managing Director, Backstretch. David Rich, General Partner of a group of funds, Archangel Network Funds. Claude Rivette, Northwest Development Advisor, Ministry of Northern Economic Development and Growth. Mr. Mo Sabangi, COO of a company. Mr. Jude Sakramathis, Menthas, VP Graphite Ventures. Josh Scott, not related to Jill. Anyway, he's there, can't read what he's doing. Gordana Stepchiff, CEO and President of Lamoco Metals, Inc. Matt Stevens, Finite Robotics President. Mr. Craig Tavares, President of Buzz. Suba Tiralamasamy, Production Manager, Veneer. I can't read it. That's why I'm laughing. Ms. It's so long. Miss Diana Vergokova, CEO of X Atoms. Ms. Christina Visser, CEO of Ionic. Ms. Pauline Walsh, Industrial Technology Advisor, National Research Council. Mr. James White, President and CEO of Wellmaster. Daniel Wigger, co-founder AXL. And finally, Jerry Yin, Vice President, Electra. Now, this is Discovery X 2026. And you've got the listing of speakers at Discovery X. See, Discovery X. They have a list of speakers. And there's some impressive speakers. But there's the most impressive speaker of all. The most impressive speaker of all, which I skipped over. Corey Brandolini, CEO of Railtown Technologies. So that conference is the Best of Ontario Innovation. And the date? The date. I know you're dying for the date. That I'm having a hard time finding. Add to your calendar. Looking for your ticket. No, I'm just looking for the date. I'm always looking for a date. There it is. April 29th through 30th. So that could be a very clear demarcation between quiet period and then no quiet period. Could be. Could be. It could be. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? Ward Richardson. Connie Webb, I would also like to help you with that question. Buy all the shares you possibly can, then buy some more. More is never enough. I like that. Thank you, Rick and Warren, for your contributions. Ricky, thank you, Corny. Richard Warney, thumbs up. Ward Richardson, thumbs up to Corny. Ricky Brogan, I wish RT would put up a diagram of a stack and show exactly where RT is in a stack. Well, I can show you one. Every stack is different. Every stack is wasted. If a stack is wasted, God gets quite irate. Ricky, this is a stack. This is, as you can see on the end of it, it's a stack in England. It says Sovereign AI Cluster UK. But this is a representative stack. And down below where the guy is standing in the middle, there's a thing that sticks out. I don't know. That's low latency tier. That has nothing to do with us. The network, that's the infrastructure layer, flash storage, ultra fast data access. On the end of it, it says NVIDIA parallel processing and NVIDIA compute. This is all nothing. I mean, this is what we're making useful. This is the base layer. But then as you go up, you see on this side here with NVIDIA, you see on the 4 things listed: AI orchestration, data governance and compliance layer, federated learning platform, and national AI model repository. At least 2 or 3 of those, you need Railtown or something like Railtown. And then hanging out in the middle of the hallway there, it says AI training GPU nodes, multi-GPU training nodes. That's more with NVIDIA. That's not, and that's with the large language models probably. Up at the top, at the ceiling, you see the redundant power distribution. That's an example of things that might be being tested out at the data center to make sure it all works, and it may take time. The same with the NVIDIA and all these things we just looked at on the bottom layer. It may take time to make sure it all works. Well, then they put the large language and application layer on top. I guess that's one way to look at it. I actually think that should be in the middle, but whatever. I think the reason they do this here is because there are overlaps. But anyway, the orchestration and control layer is the gold, literally. So you've got your workload scheduling, you're using your agents effectively. You're spending your tokens to get product and save money. Federated Learning Manager, I'm not sure. If that's a compliance issue, that involves Railtown. But then the one on the end, control policy, that's definitely an area that you would need Railtown. Now, before we go to the top, if you go to the very right, there's this observability detail. And then you see the control loop. That's definitely Railtown. Definitely. Observe, analyze, control, act. And then it all comes on one platform so that it can be observed both by agents and human beings. If you go to the top layer, this is large language model and application. I actually think this is where Railtown belongs, but Railtown also belongs in this orchestration and control. So I think people are still learning how to define what they're building. But up at the top, the large language models, that's not Railtown. Large language models are OpenAI, Anthropic, uh, Cohere, I think it is. And Cohere's Canadian, so I guess it would make sense if TELUS used Cohere, but it could be Anthropic or OpenAI. But then you see agentic AI services, and they're on top of the orchestration and control. That's all Railtown. Of course, there's room for other things, but that's where Railtown adds value. And you see the observability dashboard. That's Railtown. The high bandwidth has very little to do with us. And the switches, I don't think has anything to do with us. But so there's a stack. Now, the way Corey showed it to me, I can just draw it out quickly. Corey showed it to me as I'm doing this by memory, but this is a data center. At the bottom, you have the data, NVIDIA, all the other things associated with NVIDIA. The middle layer is the large language models, Cohere, OpenAI, Anthropic. And then up here you have Railtown. And then the users, which are normally companies or data developers, they go through Railtown. It's a little more complicated than that, of course, but that's your basic. That's basically it. Thank you, William. Yeah. So I showed you that at the Best of Ontario conference coming April 29th, Corey's going to be a featured speaker. And it's hosted by the Ontario Centre of Innovation. I'm going to quickly look to see if we're at war. I hope we're not. It's not coming up. So I'll look elsewhere. Yeah, it's not coming up, so probably something wrong with my phone. That's about it for today that I can think of. There's no more questions. Um, I don't know for sure because who knows what slows things down? Is it attorneys? Is it regulators? Is it just the pressing of a lot of new business? Is it negotiations? Is it getting the Telus data center ready? None of us know. So my best guess, obviously, is the second quarter. And within the second quarter, I think we have a pretty good target there. End of April might be a deadline. I kind of like Cinco de Mayo. That's kind of a cool deadline. But that's where we are. It could be any time. I think the magnitude is going to surprise everybody here. And it might make up for my opinions. So I'll come on tomorrow. I'm sorry I wasn't there yesterday, but I didn't finish till very late. And I do continue to pray for everybody in Iran, in Israel, in all of the Middle East, in the Ukraine and Russia, for that matter, in all the war spots in the world. And I wish each of you peace. Thank you for tuning in.